Good evening. Welcome to the September 17th meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to ask our city clerk to please call roll.
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce. Here. Councilmember Figueroa.
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Thank you. Please stand for the invocation. Tonight we have James Schrader, Senior Pastor and founder of Wave Church Ministries. Pastor?
Please bow your heads. Our gracious and heavenly Father, we come before you at this moment, thanking you for all the many blessings over all who stand in this room. Today we ask for your wisdom and righteousness to fill this room today. We ask you give Mayor Sanchez and those whom she leads the wisdom regarding every matter that will be discussed in this hall. We seek your guidance in bridging the divides that challenge our country and our communities so that we may work together for the good of all. We honor those who lead our nation and this city, and we ask that they be granted the strength and integrity to serve with compassion, and may the decisions today bring us closer to being more united and working together in harmony. We ask this in the name above all names. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Burke, could you please lead us in the pledge? Please remain standing and join us.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and do the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Payom Kawichim, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Oceanside is built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payom Kawichim are known as Liseño and are made up of 7 bands: La Jolla, Palapalma, Pichanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Saboba. We are mindful of the indigenous peoples in this place, and we pay our respects to the Liseño, past, present, and emerging. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Liseño territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. Do we have Maggie Mesa here? Maggie? Okay. We've got a couple of proclamations this evening, and the first one up is with Maggie Mesa, who is the Executive Director of Blue Star Families. And this is something that we've been doing for a few years now. It's a proclamation. If you all been here for some time, you know Camp Pendleton is right across. Been around for many, many decades, and our Marines, our veterans, are very near and dear to our hearts. Proclamation in honor of Blue Star Welcome Week, September 27th through October 5th, 2025. Whereas Blue Star Families seeks to empower military families by connecting them with their neighbors, individuals, and organizations to create vibrant communities of mutual support. And whereas Blue Star Families annually designates the week beginning the 4th Saturday in September and concluding 8 days thereafter as Blue Star Welcome Week. And whereas during this week, we recognize the 600,000 active duty and transitioning military families who move to new communities each year. And whereas nearly half of these permanent change of station moves occur during the summer. And whereas only 39% of military family respondents to the 2024 Military Family Lifestyle Survey reported that they feel a sense of belonging to their local civilian community. Got to do better, right? And whereas a sense of belonging is essential to the well-being and readiness of military families. And whereas we commit to ensuring that military and veteran-connected families feel a strong sense of belonging to their local civilian communities. And whereas we express gratitude for the sacrifices made by service members, transitioning veterans, and their families. And whereas we encourage community members nationwide to do their part and welcome military and veteran families into their communities. And whereas, since Camp Pendleton was established in 1941, the City of Oceanside has served as a home community to many active and veteran military families, resulting in very strong ties between and within our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim September 27th through October 5th, 2025 as Blue Star Welcome Week. So, and Maggie, I'm going to go ahead and give you this, but also give you the mic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Sanchez, for supporting not just this year, but I think we're in our 4th year of support. And it's just overwhelming to have a city like Oceanside to be able to support our military families. As was spoken about in the proclamation, we do serve our military families and hope to connect them to their communities. And what does that mean for you? 70% of our military families actually live off the base. So that means they're your neighbors. So get to know your neighbors, say hello, and when you're thanking the military family for their service, ask also how you can be of assistance to them. Because I think Oceanside can set the precedent of what a great city looks like in taking care of their military families.
Thank you. Oh, wait, let's take a picture. Thank you. Thank you. All right, the next one is a proclamation in honor of the 30th anniversary of the North County African American Women's Association. Come on down. We've got founder and first president Lillian Adams here with us. And do we have any students from that Lillian taught? She was at OHS, right?
Before going to El Camino.
We won't talk about that. No. Before going to El Camino, she did both campuses, it was split. Yeah, okay, OHS, we are the best. But anyway, yeah, Lillian. We also have, we don't have Trustee Ray Clendenning, but she is President Emeritus as well. And Trustee from Miracosta. Right?
Right. Yes.
We also have Doris Nyman, founder, founder from 30 years ago. And then we have Linda Berry.
Yes.
Who's here?
Yes, past president.
Past president, and does a lot of other things, right? Yes, a lot of work in the community. And we have Amber Katie Otoa, right? And Janita Bailey, yes, yeah. So, we're doing it this weekend because there's a very important event coming up, and they will probably tell you about it. If you don't know, hopefully it's on your calendar already. Whereas the North County African American Women's Association began in 1995 when the Oceanside Unified School District received a grant from the California Department of Education, Carl Perkins Vocational and Occupational Act Gender Equity Program. And whereas a professional group of mentoring women, mostly educators, organized a conference for young girls and single and displaced homemakers looking to re-enter the workforce. And whereas as a result of the conference, the NCAAWA was born, becoming a nonprofit that is self-sustaining, raising money for scholarships, empowering young and adult women through educational advancement, health awareness, and improvement in life skills. And whereas this year, the NCAAWA held its 2025 Women's Conference and 30th anniversary celebration on March 15th, 2025, and whereas the NCAAWA will be presenting its 28th annual Gentlemen's Gourmet Scholarship Fundraiser. Yep. On Saturday, September 27th, 2025, a super event that is attended by hundreds of people, including leaders from all fields and from all over North San Diego County. The North County African American Women's Association has provided over $447,000 to young women and girls to further their education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, do hereby proclaim September 27th, 2025, as North County African American Women's Association Day in the City of Oceanside. You feel special on that day. In honor of their 30 years of service, commitment, and dedication to all young women in Oceanside and North San Diego County. You have, quote, empowered, inspired, and engaged, end quote, so many young women investing in their dreams, making a tremendous impact in the lives of so many. Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you.
So who's going to be speaking?
Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of our current president, who is Robbie Haas, Board of Directors, our founders, I accept this proclamation. We continue to be a support network that empowers young and adult women through educational advancements, health awareness, and improvement in life skills. All women in North County are invited to join us as members. We are now 100 members strong, and we're still growing. We're happy to report that we have given over $500,000 in scholarships. This year alone, we gave $45,000 in scholarships. Our only fundraiser is the Gentlemen's Gourmet, and it is scheduled for September 27th, beginning at 5 p.m. with a reception sponsored by Neighborhood Housing. This event is taking place at El Corazon Senior Center Complex. We invite you to attend, as there will be food prepared by both amateur and professional chefs, a live band, dancing. You will have the opportunity to vote for your favorite chef. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, because she has been one of our avid supporters. And when
Judges, let me tell you, I always signed up for that.
as she has consistently served as one of our judges. It's not too late, you gentlemen out there. If you want to become a chef, go on the internet, and we will be happy to add you to the list of our chefs. Let's support the young people in this community. Thank you.
Nice. Anybody else want to say something? Get together. Anybody else want to say something? Thank you. You have to attend. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Thank you.
The chief wants me to make an announcement. I've just been notified by the fire chief that we have additional seating out in the lobby. If you can, please make sure it's single file along the walls. Please do not block any exits. And if you need to sit down, we have additional seating out in the lobby where we do have TV monitors and I believe there's also sound. So if you want to sit down and not lean against the wall, please make your way to the lobby, and also please do not block any of the exits. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's actually one more announcement. We have with us today Fred Mayo, our new Utilities Director. Mr. Mayo, can you come up to the podium and introduce yourself? And welcome to Oceanside.
Hello, Council. Fred Mayo, your new Utility Director, and been in the Oceanside for about a week now, and very excited to be here, and I feel like it's an honor and privilege to be here, and I look forward to being part of the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
All right, now we have our closed session report. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no meeting in item 1, conference with the labor negotiator. On item 2, council did meet in closed session on 4 items related to anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9. Item 1, written threat of litigation, Gretchen Gary, dated August 29, 2025. Direction provided but no reportable action. Item 2, claim filed by Kent and Heidi Borsch, claim GC 2024-000104. Discussion and direction provided but no reportable action. And as to the litigation items, 1, advocates for the environment versus City of Oceanside, and Gretchen Gary versus City of Oceanside. Direction provided to council, but no reportable action at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next are our consent calendar items, items 3 through 13. Are there any requests from the public to pull?
We received a request from the public to pull items number 8, 11, and 13.
8, 11, and 13. Any requests to pull from the council? No? Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 8 is staff recommends City Council approve a professional services agreement with Interfaith Community Services in the amount of $228,000 for operation of Oceanside Bridge housing for fiscal year 2025-26, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement upon receipt of all supporting documents. Who requested?
Leo Chapinski?
Pardon?
Leo Chapinski?
Okay. Mr. Chapinski, are you here? Okay, there you are.
Mayor, City Council, Leo Chapinski, veteran of 2 wars, formerly at 1606 Kurtz. Kind of curious. I was in bridge housing for a while. Never understood it that well. Don't know exactly who it's really supposed to go to, although I do know that while I was stationed at bridge housing at Interfaith, they put in 2 illegal aliens in my apartment from Pisco, Peru, who didn't speak any English. And some fruitcake social worker gave them pizza. They looked at me and they looked at the pizza and they're going, I said, don't worry, I got a vehicle. I took them to Tony's. Tony spoke Spanish. We got them some real food that they're used to down in Peru. Next morning, they were picked up by some folks over here, taken to one of the transit centers, given everything for free that you could possibly imagine. And they were taken to Pennsylvania. Why Pennsylvania? I have no idea. But bridge housing, is that for homeless veterans? Is it possible that maybe you can get a handful of homeless veterans from Brother Benno's to come and maybe stay at this bridge housing? Just curious. And to all you folks been watching me on TV, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
I had a follow-up question, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'll move approval. Is there a second? Okay.
I have a
Deputy
request.
Mayor Joyce?
Just a follow-up question for staff. I noticed that some of this funding was going to the ERF support, and I know we have significant funding for ERF specifically, so I was a little concerned that our own bridge funding from outside of the ERF funding is being used. So I just wanted to ask some clarification on what's going on with that.
Ms. Hines?
Good evening. So in terms of the bridge housing program, it is a separate program that's not necessarily dedicated specifically to the ERF project. We utilize that program for multiple services. It's for those that are currently homeless but do have a housing plan, and it provides that bridge between getting them off the streets and into more permanent and stable housing, but it's not necessarily specific to the ERF program. We utilize it for a number of different other programs as well. Does that answer? And so we are leveraging it for the program. And so there are folks that may be coming out of ERF or those encampment areas, and we're utilizing the program, but it's not solely or exclusively for the ERF.
All right. I just wanted to flag that I had thought that the ERF program was fully funded on its own and that our other services for the rest of the city would be moving forward separately. So I guess if we could just get some follow-up information on how much of our bridge funding is being used for it. Again, I'm not trying, we should be doing ERF to the best that we can all the time, but we also have a whole rest of our city that also has a lot of people that need housing too. So I'm just curious if we're crossing over too much, but we can follow up afterwards. Thank you. I would second if there was a move.
There is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 11 is the city treasurer and staff recommend the city council accept the city treasurer's report for the quarter and year ended June 30th, 2025. And there was a request to pull from a member of the public, Jimmy Knott. Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I've received a couple phone calls this year regarding the budget. I've referred them over to our city treasurer. I told them that she would take and make time to talk to them. Mostly they were about a couple deficits, and they have appeared onto the report as they are due. I want to make sure that the city treasurer had an opportunity to explain those deficits and to assure the public how they are being handled. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and move approval. Is there a second?
I can speak to this if you like.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was like, who is that? Yes. I was like, who said that?
Their city treasurer.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms.
So
Dominguez.
the city's investment policy requires the city treasurer to submit quarterly and annual investment reports to the city council to be transparent about our investments. The goal of our policies are to make investments in conformity that preserve principal, ensure liquidity, and attain a market rate of return. As of June 30th of 2025, the city had $34.5 million in its operating account, $1 million in the local agency investment fund, and $79.5 million in the California Asset Management Program. And this demonstrates that the city has adequate funds to meet its cash flow requirements for the next 6 months. So the book value of the city's investment portfolio at the end of June 30th of 2025 was $537.7 million. The June 30th portfolio book value increased by $25.2 million, or 4.9% over the year. And additionally, the book value for the city's primary investment portfolio has increased by $14 million from the previous quarter. And again, the members of the Citizen Investment Oversight Committee, CIOC, reviewed the quarterly and annual reports at the August 12th meeting and accepted its contents. The members of the CIOC confirmed that the investments are in compliance with the California State Code and the city's adopted investment policy, and that the portfolio is managed in a satisfactory manner.
And good evening, Jill Moya, Financial Services Director. Just to add to that, the deficits, the so-called deficits that Mr. Knott was referring to are actually just unrealized losses. So that's just how the market is doing. So if we were to sell all of our assets at that time, we would have had a loss. However, we tend to hold all of our investments until maturity. So it's just an unrealized loss that was never realized, and actually now the market's doing better, so we have a realized gain.
Right. Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 13 is staff recommends City Council approve and adopt the revised City of Oceanside salary schedule, updating the pay range for city planner, effective the pay period following ratification and adoption of this recommendation. And Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I rise and basically ask for clarification. As you know, the former city planner exited his position due to, shall I say, a faux pas of his own causing. And what needs to be, basically stressed is not salary. Because look at that. You have the fiscal impact here of basically $250,000 that would be paid, stepping up to eventually $1/3 million. And that is elucidated in the graph there. And that will fit within the county standard, 75% of the standard. But what is not being mentioned into the report is preventative standards on the future of how the city planner should act within his office. And I think that that needs to be addressed in the sense that the city planner needs to have more public outreach, to be more sensitive to the different communities within the city of Oceanside. And I think that that is something that we need to have within all the administrative areas of our city. Because as an example, our city manager attended a South Oceanside group where a citizen from one area came to there to address an issue that she had. And the citizen turned around and was told she could not speak because it was not on a South Oceanside topic. I thought that was inappropriate. The mayor was there. So was the representative from District 3. We need to be sensitive to all our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. I'll go ahead and move approval. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 14, under general items, staff recommends City Council approve a professional services agreement with Interfaith Community Services in the amount of $1.2 million for fiscal year 2025-26, supporting continued provision of outreach, case management, and stabilization services along the State Route 78 corridor. Secondly, approve a professional services agreement with ICS in the amount of $1.125 for fiscal year 2025-26 for continuation of the rapid rehousing program services targeting high acuity unsheltered individuals. Next, approve Amendment 1 to the professional services agreement with the Regional Task Force on Homelessness in the amount of $143,000 to continue strategic planning, implementation, and technical support through Impact Group Consultants. And finally, authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary contracts and related documents subject to the approval as to form by the city attorney. We have a report by Salvador Roman, Senior Management Analyst, the Housing Department. Mr. Roman.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you. Having some technical difficulties. Today I'm here to present on the Encampment Resolution Fund, seeking approval of contracts for the continuation of services and giving a status update on the current efforts. So like the Honorable Mayor mentioned, today I'm here to seek approval of 3 different contracts. The first is the service agreement with Interfaith for the continuation of services that are already being implemented, which is strategic outreach, in addition to stabilization services and case management. In addition to that, we also are seeking approval of a service agreement with Interfaith for the implementation of our rapid rehousing program, which is a critical program that offers permanent housing solutions. And then Amendment 1 to our service agreement with the Regional Task Force for the continuation of strategic planning and technical support through the national experts that have provided the framework for this project. So I have Sophia Hughes, who has accompanied me, and she will be providing the more of the details of the project update. But before that, I wanted to give some context and background on the overall project. As you may all know, the ERF grant was awarded in April 2024. We were awarded $11.4 million in partnership with the City of Carlsbad. Through this contract, we had procured services with 4 different providers: Whole Person Care Clinic, Interfaith Community Services, Community Resource Center out of Encinitas, and La Posada. The primary goal was to minimize the environmental and community impact of unsheltered individuals along a specific area between the City of Oceanside and the City of Carlsbad. Through coordinated efforts and multidisciplinary team, we deployed a team of the different agencies to come up with a actionable project that not just cleared the encampments, but provided real and long-term solutions. I'll let Sophia go into the details as far as how the project worked and the project updates.
Thanks, Sal. So on the screen, you can see a very high-level overview of the team structure and resource deployment that we utilized in Zone 1. This was a system that was specifically developed for Oceanside's needs in collaboration with nationwide experts who have worked on sustainable encampment resolution in major cities all over the country. This is a very structured and outreach-forward model that allowed us to move very quickly while still maintaining a housing-first approach that emphasized client choice and dignity and addressed the public health and safety concerns of nearby residents and businesses. You can see that all of the contractors that we worked with are represented in the graphic. They each provided a necessary service to the clients to move them through the outreach and housing, and then housing sustainability phase. The next one. Yeah. So on the screen, you can see the ERF map, which is about 3.6 miles per state guidelines, ERF funds that were awarded for this project can only be used in this map. We divided the map into 8 zones based on complexity and client demographic and types of homelessness being experienced in each part of the map. At the time of the application, there was an estimated 200 individuals experiencing homelessness contained solely in this map. And that is approximately how many individuals the grant provides funding to serve. You can see that the graphic highlights where Zone 1 was. Zone 1 is behind the Hobby Lobby off of Plaza and College, backed up by Lake Boulevard where the Salvation Army is. We chose Zone 1 in collaboration with our police department due to its very high generation of calls for service. This was the most complex encampment in the entire map. We moved in April 2025, specifically April 7th, to create a by name list, which is essentially a survey of the area and a survey of the residents, the individuals experiencing homelessness in that encampment. We counted about 65 of them. The whole function of a by name list is that it allows us to deploy resources for each client, which allowed us to move very quickly. Those resources were pre-allocated for 65 clients. May 2025, we had full deployment. All of our contractors were on site providing services. In June 2025, we began moving into the closure phase for our planned closure date of July 15th. And on July 15th, Subzone 1 closed. The encampment was 100% cleared. To kind of go into some overall numbers for how Zone 1 went and what we can expect for upcoming zones, we would start with the point-in-time count from 2025. The annual point-in-time count is just a night in January where staff and volunteers go out and count every individual experiencing homelessness in the entire city. So in 2025, the point-in-time count identified 318 individuals experiencing unsheltered or street homelessness. This already represented a 12% decrease over the course of a year from 2024, which in cities with comparable homeless populations is very high. But what we've been able to accomplish with ERF is a 17% reduction in unsheltered homelessness in only 3 months. So far, we are almost exactly halfway spent out, largely because we dispersed all of the funds obligated to the City of Carlsbad's contracted providers earlier this year in order to meet the grant spend down deadlines. And through the grant, we have 4 local nonprofits contracted to provide services. We were joined in the field by a few other grassroots organizations who had already developed relationships in the area, such as Convicted for Christ and Humanity Showers, as well as True Care and Vista Community Clinic. And then we were also joined by the consultants leveraged through RTFH. So in Zone 1, only that area behind the Hobby Lobby, we were able to serve 76 clients, not all of whom were on the by name list for the zone. Several of those clients were just shelter linkages or other resource utilizations. We removed over 24 tents from the ravine, as well as 30 tons of trash. We ended homelessness for 54 individuals, and all of them have remained housed so far. Although they continue to work with their stabilization case managers for the remaining approximately 1.5 years of the grant term. And Zone 1, as stated, achieved 100% clearance as planned on the scheduled closure date of July 15th, and it has remained fully clear. No encampments have reestablished, no individuals have moved into that area. And it's been approximately 2 months. We are continuing monitoring almost daily. On the screen is just a before and after picture of a tent that was in the encampments and then what it looked like the same day that those 2 clients moved out. Those 2 clients are still housed. And within 3 hours of moving, the site was completely cleared out of waste. I will say that we kind of caught lightning in a bottle with the specific teams that were sent by our providers. I think that attributed hugely to the success that we had, along with the collaboration from other departments. This has been a citywide effort to keep this clear. And then this is just a very kind of bird's eye view of the encampment. These pictures were taken 3 or 4 months apart, almost in the same location. The after picture is a couple feet to the right of the first. It is a completely transformed environment. There are no tents remaining. There's very little waste remaining in the area, and I think that, with moving into the future, one of the main goals of the grant is to keep it clear for the remainder of the grant.
So as we move into the next phase, we will be moving into City of Carlsbad, and the implementation of Area 2 will be in the City of Carlsbad. We have unfortunately leveraged all of the resources that we had originally designated for our rapid rehousing program deployed for phase 1. We recognized that our Area 1, was the biggest and most dense populated subzone. When we originally wrote the grant and designed the project, we were taking into account that we'd have the access through CES, our special population vouchers, which included VASH, POFA, Project One for All, for those that are experiencing homelessness and are severely mentally ill. So we had designated resources through the Oceanside Housing Authority and the Carlsbad Housing Authority, in addition to the rapid rehousing program that is funded through ERF. However, due to shortfall, that resource was no longer available. But to continue and to ensure that we were on time with being able to deploy and execute this project, we decided to double down and use as many of the resources that we had at our disposal, which included the 60 allocated units for the rapid rehousing program that is funded through ERF. We had great success. As Sophia mentioned, it was a 17% reduction in 2 months. That is what was being able to accomplish we did 12% in 1 year. So it goes to show that this project is successful. We are the model project. The Regional Task Force on Homelessness has used us and is supporting us to create a blueprint that could be replicated and implemented in different parts of the county. So we're not only cleaning up encampments and addressing the symptoms of homelessness, but we're doing it in a humane way, and it's responsible, and it's providing real solutions for the residents to have permanent housing. So I am here to, again, provide the recommendation. Will address the gaps that we've unfortunately created by using all of our rapid rehousing programs and the continuation of the deployment of the different teams that are already out there to continue those strategic services, as well as the technical support provided by the Regional Task Force and the national experts that they've deployed to the different ERF grant-funded projects. And that is the end of our presentation, and we are happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you. And we happen to be on Zoom with the governor's office representatives, and we were trying to see if we could if there are any grant funds programs that we could perhaps make up the difference based on the fact that there were these cuts in the use of resources. So they're going to be sending us a list, and we're hoping that we can further those funds. Do we have any requests from the public to speak on this item?
We have 3 speakers on this item.
All right, let's go ahead and call them up.
Our first speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Patty. to be followed by Leo Chapinski.
Councilmember Figueroa, did you have a question, or can you wait? Okay. So Mr. Knott, followed by Patty, followed by Leo Chapinski.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. One thing to consider is that in this project that came through, when initially the group that came through with police enforcement, a number of people, these are human beings, who had, potentially a lot of legal problems, exited the area to other areas close by in the city. Therefore, what the question is, was there any form of legal remediation offered that could take care of those legal issues? Second thing is, you have only 76 people served out of 318, about 1/6, or a little bit more, 17% onto it. There are a number of people that have psychosocial needs. There is definitely an issue of long-term needs and assessment. What is being planned for those long-term? I was looking in the question too, is where were these people that were assisted, where were they shifted to? There is no clarity given. And I was looking forward to potentially seeing what options could be done. There's abandoned properties in the city and in the area. Could there be conversions with tax incentives of property, including business property, that could be converted, that could be for temporary shelter for a certain period of time, given to these owners? There's a lot of creative potential that we need to look outside of the box and start thinking what can be done, not what we can't do, and who can we push out of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Patty, followed by Leo Chapinski. Patty.
Good evening. It's good to be here. It's been a while. This is a question, a concern about interfaith, and the topic came up. It's not specifically on this particular thing, but I did read an article where interfaith is prominent in Escondido. About this year, Escondido did not grant them funds, no grant money, because for certain reasons. It was encampments around the area where they had their facility, and they had to clean those up, do regular patrols, etc., before the city would give them any money, which really brought up a question, why did we choose them for the navigation center, especially when you're putting out over $2 million and the rescue mission charged nothing? That was a big concern. The other concern was they call Interfaith a nonprofit, but that's kind of a funny name because they're profiting in hundreds of thousands of dollars from Oceanside alone. Okay, I did a search a few years ago from 2019 to 2021 and found that they were awarded by council, and I rounded up the numbers for simplicity. In 2019, they were awarded, Interfaith was awarded $67,000, an additional $173,000, an additional $238,000, additional $86,000, and $91,000. In 2020, which was the COVID area, I don't think this is complete, but all I could find was $162,000 and $77,000 to Interfaith. In 2021, they were awarded $254,000, $1,115,000, $235,000, and $70,000. And the concern that I have is, are there no other vendors that can do the job that Interfaith has done over the past probably decade that the council has been awarding them profitable money? In 2025, you awarded them over $2 million a year for the navigation center. Tonight's total is $2,443,000 with an additional $228,000. I mean, these are big bucks. I'm concerned that other vendors haven't been considered. If they have, why do you keep funneling into the same one? I would like some accountability. Where can I get accountability for the results of this money invested in them?
Are you done?
Is anyone else on the council profiting from this? It really makes you wonder. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Chapinski.
Mayor, City Council. You know, I was part of the Rapid Rehouse program. They took me to a Vista, I think, on Orange Street, and there was a big sign in front of my house that said Black Lives Matter, Brown Lives Matter. No one in the neighborhood looked like me, and 3 days later when I went to talk to the property manager, someone had scribbled out Black Lives Matter. Well, that told me a lot right there. And for $1,800 a month, that place was smaller than this circle. And then they took me to another place that didn't even have a refrigerator in it. That was $1,800 a month as well. Then they went ahead and they said, well, goodbye. And I said, well, wait a minute. I'm under the VASH program. How about that? So they kept me in there for another program, the bridge program, and so on and so forth. And that's where my friends from Peru showed up. The bottom line is, when I take a look at these numbers you had up there, they're all fuzzy math. I think we had a president that talked about fuzzy math. Very, very fuzzy. And if anyone really wants to know how many homeless people we have here, I think not on the first 10 days, because that's when they get the EBT and the free stuff everywhere. And not even the second week. Come around the 27th, 28th, and 29th at 6:30 in the morning, or 6, at Brother Benno's, I see the hundreds and hundreds of people standing in line. And maybe you get kind of an idea, because it starts at 6:30, but it doesn't end till like about 11. And they just keep coming and coming and coming. And I have bad news for you. The rain's coming, and the wind and the cold's coming, and the people from New York and the Midwest are coming. They're coming here like they do every year, like they have for the 10 years I've been here. Now, all we need to do, though, is really provide some sort of shelter. I know I'm goring my own ox on this one, but homeless veterans would be nice. It'd be nice for a change. I mean, 2 wars, once at 18 and once at 48, and I'll go back in at 78 if they need me. But you can't find housing for a homeless veteran? Really? Seriously? But guys from Pisco, Peru, you can? We have a problem in this city. People need to start waking up. Really, wake up.
All right, thank you. To the council, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take this time to first acknowledge the staff that implemented the ERF project, Sophia and Sal. I was first introduced about the ERF project over a year ago when we were applying for the funding, and met with them in January to go over the plan and the different zones. In February, during the point in time count, I walked that encampment around 4 in the morning with members of Oceanside Police Department, our Assistant Chief of Police, our Assistant City Manager, staff from our neighborhood resource centers, and we walked that entire encampment and talked to folks there as part of the point in time count process. We asked them where they were from. The majority of the individuals we spoke to said that they were from Oceanside. Some of our staff knew the folks living in these encampments, and they knew them for many years. And I got the opportunity to walk the encampment again right as they were getting ready to implement the ERF project, during the implementation of it, and afterwards. And one of the things that I saw, and to me it's always unique when you think about outreach staff, service providers, you can always judge the effectiveness of a program by the way that the clients speak about those servicing them. And to say that our staff here and our partners implemented the ERF plan with compassion and dignity and comprehensive service is it's an understatement. When I walked those encampments and when I was there visiting during the process, The clients and the folks in that encampment knew their names, knew the staff's names. They had built relationships with them. So the data is impactful, but if you walk that encampment yourself, or if you saw it prior and you see it now, it really is night and day. And part of this was also servicing our community. So I canvassed the entire shopping centers around Plaza, Lake, College Boulevard, and I talked to the business owners, I talked to the managers, the property managers. We brought them together, met with staff, with them to go over the process with them as well. And just right before this meeting, I got a call from one of the staff from the property management of the Tri-City Crossroads where the TJ Maxx is located. And they were just calling to say thank you to the City of Oceanside for really the effectiveness of the program. I know that we all heard from some of the executive directors of our senior assisted living facilities that came to council and were sharing with us a few months ago about some of the challenges that they were encountering. I heard from our assistant chief of police that he also canvassed this encampment area just on Monday, and he said it's still 100% completely cleared. He spoke with the executive director of our assisted senior facility, and they just raved about what the City of Oceanside has done. Along with that being said, our Oceanside Police Department, in partnership with the property management group of the Tri-City Crossroads, where the TJ Maxx and Goodwill is located, Oceanside Police Department moved our hot team, one of our hot team offices, to that shopping center, and so they've been able to address various challenges in that community. They were also able to implement helping with some surveillance just to address what was going on, but everything I've heard has been just really encouraging. As Sal mentioned, I was there when the Regional Task Force on Homelessness really said this is a model, and this is going to be a model that can be implemented in other areas. They mentioned other areas of the county, but I hope that we can take this model in the future and apply it to Oceanside Boulevard and the 76. This is more than just addressing this ERF zones. It's really about having best practices in place on how to move our city forward. And so with that being said, I just really want to acknowledge staff, acknowledge Oceanside Police Department, and all of the community partners that have made this possible, and would like to move to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the amendment and agreements. Deputy Mayor?
I'll start by seconding. I did just want to clear up one thing. Interfaith's not getting lottery tickets when they get awarded these things. They're getting awarded a contract to do work. And it's work that is hard work, and that it's also hard to find people to do, because we're talking about folks that are crawling into encampments, into bush, into areas where folks have been living off of the grid for a long time, and it's challenging. You have to build relationships. You have to put in the time. It's expensive because it's hard, and it takes human power. So just to clear up that misunderstanding about an awarding of a contract, it's not like you get to go out to dinner afterwards. You are doing work when you get awarded a contract. We have learned a lot of lessons from this, and I'm really appreciative of our team. When we adopted this program, we did say this is what we want to do for the rest of the city. In fact, in our homelessness workshop, we said that we were going to move all of our programming to look like this. However, it is expensive, but the rest of our city has folks that are living in it that also deserve the dignity and the respect of proper outreach, full-born service to get them out of the cycle. And it is so much more expensive to get folks out of the cycle of homelessness once they've been living there for so long. So prevention is also really key. I appreciate the staff, and again, I will second the motion to approve.
Thank you. I am so proud of staff, starting with Sal, who was the one who wrote up this proposal. It was one of, 7 in the whole state? Was it 7? 12. Still. And I remember, Sal, you saying you did a better job than on your thesis, right? That this was like a much bigger, harder piece, a bigger thesis, right? And so when we found out, I think I found out the night before there was going to be the governor was going to have the press conference, I was like, he did what? So You are such a shining star in our housing department, Sal, and all the folks that participated. We knew that this was going to be a model initially for the other work that we do in homelessness, because we had completely committed to addressing homelessness as a top priority for the city, as well as affordable housing. So thank you for doing that. Today during our call, the governor's office indicated that this is actually a model for the entire state. So you should be proud of the work that you do. And Sophia, thank you so much. Wow, teamwork, right? So thank you, and Leilani for having, such a great department. There is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call item number 17. Advanced written request. Mr. Layton, Ken Layton.
Thank you. We all remember those wonderful, lovely NRF North River Farm videos and renderings of bucolic settings, semi-rural bliss, about how Oceanside was going to become Napa Valley by the sea. Well, voters saw through the scam and they rejected it 2-1. But somehow, Peter Weiss and 2 other city council members who are no longer on this dais after getting rejected by the voters, somehow, Mr. Weiss, you figured you broke the system, and you, doggone it, you got that North River Farms passed, however you did it. The city staff said no, the planning commission said no twice, the voters rejected it 2-1, and now we can drive out on North River Road and see how awful this looks. And there's nothing that says bucolic about it. There's nothing that says Napa Valley. It is nothing but a stack and pack, high-rise, urban sprawl. And so you beat the system. Congratulations, Mr. Weiss. So I hope that you're happy with that as your legacy. But nevertheless, knowing that you have been with the city for about 40 years, and you've been a former mayor, and you have been a former city manager as well, we nevertheless took you at your word when you said, when the whole wave park came up, that we don't want what happened to us before to happen to us again. In other words, about 9 years ago, there was the so-called Oceanside Melrose project, and they said, we're going to build all this commercial for you. Just let us have all these condos, and we'll build a commercial for you. Well, the city got scammed, but yet, Mr. Weiss, you were there, and you said, no, doggone it, when the wave park came through, we don't want you to do to us and build the condos and not build the wave park. Well, I tried to find out what was going on, and I reached out to the director of development services, and she never got back to me. So I got through to John Korn, who was the master developer, and guess what he told me? He told me 2 weeks ago that he has sold off the 92 acres. 48 acres goes to this guy in Palm Springs who's supposed to be developing the wave park, and 44 acres goes to TrueMark, a Orange County developer, who is also, by the way, we just found out a day or two ago, they've been awarded the contract to build hundreds of condos on North River Road for the Nagata family. Well, isn't that convenient? But nevertheless, we thought we took you at your word when you said we don't want to get screwed again, in my words here, and we don't want for you to bait and switch us. Well, guess what? Mr. Korn told me. He said he sold off the 2 parcels. There's now 2 owners and 2 years ago, the City of Oceanside formed an agreement with Mr. Korn, who apparently passed it on to Truemark, the developer from Orange County, that says, you know what, we're going to let you build 350 condos. You don't have to worry about that wave park after all. And I'm thinking, who is minding the store? Why, first of all, would the Director of Development Services not call me about it? Well, I think I know now why. And secondly, Mr. Weiss, it sounded like you meant well, and it sounded like you were owning up to the fact that the city did, in fact, get screwed on the Oceanside Melrose project. But guess what? We're getting screwed again. We're getting condos. There's no guarantee that the wave park's going to get built. And Merry Christmas to all. And I just wish there was a little bit more openness and more discussion on this, and that we knew more about all this background. I'm happy to share it with you all, but it seems like, I don't know, it seems like there should be better forms of communication than some guy up here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it is right after 6. Any communications that you have with Mr. Korn are news to us. Anyway, let's go ahead and start with our public hearing items. Item number 15. Staff recommends the Harbor District Board of Directors adopt a resolution amending the Oceanside Harbor District's master fee resolution to add electricity and water charges to slip rental rates for all slips in the Oceanside Harbor effective January 1st, 2026. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff only.
Staff. Staff.
I talked to staff. I was on the harbor when it's been talked about, and I've heard from constituents of the harbor.
Staff only.
Right. I have attended several of the meetings of the Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee and spoken to several of the members as well about this issue. All right. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this
Okay, we're
item.
going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Mr. Joe Ravitch, our Harbor Division Manager. Mr. Ravitch?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Joyce, members of the council. Joe Ravitch, Harbor Division Manager. Tonight's item is a resolution amending the Harbor District's master fee resolution. Staff recommends that the Harbor District Board of Directors adopt a resolution amending Oceanside District's master fee resolution and add electricity and water charges to slip rental rates for all slips in the harbor effective January 1, 2026. As way of background, slip renters are not billed for water or electricity, and those costs have historically and currently are being paid by the Harbor District. In December of 2023, the Harbor Board approved a financial program to fund harbor maintenance. That program included 3 parts: metering utilities, a temporary cap on rent paid to the city, and an increase in slip fees. This evening's item focuses only on the utilities portion. The original plan called for individual metering, but the cost estimate rose from about $900,000 to upwards of $6.7 million once electrical upgrades were factored in, and that made that plan cost prohibitive. Instead, staff recommends a flat monthly fee, which still generates the projected $4.9 million over 15 years. It also allows collections to begin at least 2 years sooner than individual metering. The Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee, HBAC, reviewed this proposal in April of 25 and voted unanimously to recommend approval. They agreed that a flat rate fee has several advantages. First, it avoids millions in unnecessary costs. Second, it provides stable funding for harbor maintenance, $4.9 million over 15 years. And it's consistent with other Southern California marinas. Finally, it's much more efficient to implement. Instead of managing individual meters for both electric and water, the harbor can apply one consistent fee structure across the board. Speaking of the fee structure, it's on the screen. And the proposed charges are based on 3 factors. Slip size is the first factor. Bigger vessels use more electricity and water. The second factor is whether or not the boat uses 30 or 50 amp electrical service. 50 amp vessels use more power than 30 amp vessels. Finally, whether or not the slip renter is living aboard. Of course, if you're on your boat full time, you'll use more utilities. So for example, a non-live aboard slip renter with a 30 amp vessel and a 26-foot slip would pay $22 a month for both electric and water. Live aboard slips with 50 amp service and a 51-foot slip would pay $123 a month. That's the top tier. And all slip sizes fall within this range, so there's no bigger slips other than 51. I respectfully refer you to the related staff report for a more detailed listing of each slip size. This brings us back to the recommendation that the Harbor District adopt a resolution amending Oceanside District's master fee resolution and add electricity and water charges to rental rates in the Oceanside Harbor effective 1/1/26. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. No questions from the dais. This is a public hearing. This is the time to hear from the public on this item. If you may have signed up to speak on this item, we'll go ahead and take you first. Then after that, we will ask to see if anybody else wishes to address this item. How many speakers do we have on this?
We have no registered speaker on this item.
I'm sorry?
We have no registered speakers.
Okay. If you'd like to speak on this item, please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. I see no one rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing, and it doesn't sound like anybody any member of the public asked any questions, so we're just going to go straight to the council. Councilmember Weiss?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion to approve, that is adopt the resolution. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next public hearing item is item number 16. This is staff recommending that the City Council approve the 2024-25 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, that's the CAPER, and direct staff to submit the CAPER to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff only. Staff report.
Staff.
Staff, and I was at the hearing for the Housing Commission on this item.
And we'll hear from Councilmember Figueroa when he comes back. Mr. Varl, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
All right, we're going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Cecilia Barandiaran, our management analyst for the Housing Department. Ms. Barandiaran.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, council members. I am here tonight to present the 24-25 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, known as the CAPER. It highlights the progress made in the final year of the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan. We are here tonight to receive public testimony on the CDBG and home projects and activities that address one of three national goals. The national goals are to assist with decent housing, creating a suitable living environment, or expanding economic opportunities. Under our public services, we did for youth funding, we assisted 231 youth with programming at either our recreation centers or resource centers in the amount of $70,912. Our resource centers provided services to 575 people at the Crown Heights Resource Center and Chavez Resource Center. Under our senior public services, CDBG funding assisted 617 seniors with meals or fitness and health education. With our home dollars, we initially assisted 72 households, that was 99 adults and 79 children. TBRA 2 has been in effect as well, and we've currently assisted 25 families receiving rental assistance. The Greenbrier Village Affordable Housing Project also had home funding, and it was completed last September and is fully leased up. The Cesar Chavez playground replacement was also completed, and the Crown Heights ADA building is currently underway. The CAPER has been available at our public-facing locations, specifically at our 4 resource centers and our 2 libraries. For more information regarding the city's housing programs, please call our housing main line at 760-435-4500 or visit our website. This concludes our presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This is the time to hear from the public on this item. Before we do that, Councilmember Figueroa, were you able to listen to the hearing? Okay. And can you please disclose any constituent contacts?
Staff only, and also a member of the commission where this was presented.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any written requests to speak on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Okay. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, please approach the podium, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name, and then Mr. Leo Kopinski, who's standing up here.
Mayor, City Council, I just wish y'all, and I know one of you has already been invited to have breakfast with us. I know my friend Ed, yes, that's right. Ed, though, has housing now. Equus in Escondido is giving him vouchers to live for as long as it takes until they get him a place to live. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. So at least he'll be dry when it rains and so on and so forth. Now, here's the deal about Greenbrier. I sit with about 200 folks every morning, and they kind of laugh at me and go, boy, what a schmuck you are. You work for 62 years, and you have to pay $1,800 for the same room we're getting. Frank pays $600 a month. Bobby pays $400. And my friend Mel, I won't use her real name, she is so upset. She used to pay $165. She's paying $200 a month for this beautiful swank apartment. I, having served in 2 wars and worked for 62 years, I have to pay $1,800 for that same apartment. Now, me personally, I just don't think that's fair. I could be wrong. It could be fuzzy math, who knows? But the bottom line is all these folks that I eat with in the morning, they're living really well. Some of these folks, I asked them, I said, don't you want to get off the street? And they said, no. Oh, why? We're getting everything for free. Why would we want to get off the street? Makes no sense. And look at you, Leo. You served our country in 2 wars, once at 18 and once at 48. And look at what they're giving to you. Huh? Come on, give me a break. The bottom line is veterans, not just me, but all veterans, especially in our domain that you rule, you need to provide some sort of adequate housing for them. I think they earned it.
Thank you. All right. Any others wishing to address the council on this specific item? I see no one rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and go to the council. Councilmember Weiss?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
All right. There's a motion. I'll go ahead and second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 18, communications from the public regarding items not on this agenda. I understand we have, is it 16?
17 now.
17, okay. We'll go ahead and take them, and because of the number, we're going to go ahead and have you speak for 2 minutes, 2 minutes each. And we'll go ahead and begin with Darren Selnick, followed by Mike Klein, followed by Henok Tej.
I have to cut this down a minute because I was hoping for 3. All right, City Council members, I'm here to talk about the Eddie Jones project. What Jimmy, Rick, and Peter did on August 6th in overturning the denial of the project was to sell the city out for $2.5 million, betray the public trust, ruin the quality of life for residents near the project, and tell thousands of city residents they don't matter and that 3 council members know best. It was dishonorable, rude, arrogant, and caused a loss of faith in the city government, which hurts our democracy. I do applaud Esther and Eric for standing up for the residents and the values of Oceanside. My government experience comes as a retired Air Force officer, former senior advisor to Secretary of VA, Secretary of Defense, and I'm part of the Oceanside Speaks Out leadership, and we support the 2 lawsuits that are against the city on the improper approval of the Jenny Jones project. I don't have time to go into this. I'll come back later. But there's improper collusion with some of the council members, and we have text from Jimmy where he's with Arlene, RPG, and goes ahead and does sets up a meeting on June 24th, where he says that she says it's time to grab coffee and review a couple OTC and Diddy Jones next steps. He says he has time on Friday. Also, on July 31st, in advance of a week before the advance, he's already spending the Eddie Jones $2.5 million, where Eddie Jones would fund lights at the skate park, Eddie Jones would fund lights at the Prince Skate Park, and project and feasibility study. Then RPG sends a threatening letter on August 6th, and then they go ahead and send another letter on August 6th saying they're going to give $2.5 million. But the $2.5 million is contingent on the city going ahead and authorizing getting the project done in occupancy. The bottom line is Oceanside Speaks Out is going to hold Jimmy, Rick, and Peter accountable. We will support the lawsuits, and we'll coming back to present evidence to get a good project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Klein, followed by Jim DeRoss, followed by Jimmy Knott. I'm Mike Klein. I withdraw my... Okay, thank you. Jim DeRoss, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Yes, I'd like to speak on the what I feel is overcharging on wastewater flow charges on some people in the community, but not others. I moved into the Peacock Hills community of 940 homes. It's a senior community. And when I got my first, or actually it was a second bill, full bill, I was being charged $40 for the 7 or 8 units when I totally only use in water 3 to 4 units. So I called in and said, this must be a mistake. And they said, no, that's what we do to new people who come in. We charge everybody the same 7 or 8 units. And no matter how big their family is or how much total water they use. So they said in July, they refigure it. So July came around and they did. They lowered it to the 3 units, the $20 less. So then I asked, okay, you overcharged me for 7 or 8 months, and it comes to $150. He said, well, we don't give refunds on it. And I said, well, that's unfair to people like me. You've overcharged me. You knowingly overcharged me. You have the records there, so you should refund me. And they said, that's not the policy. Well, I think your policy is not fair to people like me in my community or anybody that has seniors or 1 or 2 people that aren't anywhere near using that $40 7 or 8 units. I think you should review that policy, make it fair. I sent in an email to your customer care stating all this, and what I got back is, well, that's our policy. We don't do it. Well, that's why I'm here today, is to see if you will review that policy and make it fair for everyone, such as not charging people units that they totally didn't use.
Thank you, Mr. DeRoss. We have a deputy or city manager in the back, Mike Gossman, and he's going to go ahead and talk to you about this. All right? He'll probably take you outside to have that discussion. Thank you. You know, I get mixed up with deputy and assistant. So, oh yeah, but is he still here? I think he left. All right, Mr. Knott, followed by Susan Edwards, followed by Patty.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Shirley Lane. I have a request of you. This is regarding the war from Washington on Oceanside in California. And what it is that it's a question on a proposition coming up. Proposition 50. It's in response to what's going on coming from the office of the president, and it's sowing a lot of confusion. I would like to have this council help clarify the effects on our city and open the public discourse on it and how it would affect the citizens of our city, whether it would benefit or would cause a problem. Also, should the city council endorse it or not? What would take and be the effects on every citizen in our state, including every citizen here in Oceanside? There's a lot of questions that are coming out of Washington, and it's becoming very clear that there's a war on our citizens. It needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to ask you, because I know the clapping is going to start now, but I'm going to ask you, instead of clapping, because we've got a lot of speakers that we're hearing tonight. Was it over 50 on one item? This one has 17. So if you want to, instead of clapping, please do this. We definitely see you doing this. What else do you do, Max? You do this, right? Yeah. So anyway, that way we can make sure that we listen to everyone, because sometimes when somebody is clapping, you don't hear what somebody's saying. So I appreciate that, and then we can make sure that we hear everybody tonight. All right, Susan Edwards, followed by Patty.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. I live on Alvarado, and Jimmy, I wrote you an email earlier today. I live on Alvarado Street, very near Primo's on Morse, and what I'm here for is kind of small beans compared to a lot of the rest of the stuff here, but we have a lot of large commercial vehicles, generally in the neighborhood of 10,000 to 80,000 pounds, driving up and down Alvarado that are delivering to Primo's, and I happen to love Primo's. I like the employees at Primo's. I like everything about Primo's. I don't want Primo's to go away, nor do I want their deliveries to stop. But I would prefer that their delivery trucks not drive down our street, which is a solely residential street, starting at 6 a.m. in the morning. They're loud, and then all day long, they're parking a lot on Morse. They also park on Alvarado, which I know is against county regulations, state regulations. And I've talked to Mike Munt, I'm not sure his first name is Munt. I've also talked to Jessica Farrell. She's over in parking enforcement. I've talked to the police. I've talked to a lot of different places about the issue. The biggest problem with parking is they park, they do the deliveries, they're parking on Alvarado, they park in the red zones. I understand the complications of all that, but at the end of the day, they damage the sidewalks, the curbs. It takes away from the residential feel of having a residential street. It's a safety issue. I'm seeing more and more kids, people, Taco Tuesdays, a lot of that, they're blocking the visibility of people that are trying to get around there. We don't have a crosswalk. I have no idea why we don't have a crosswalk. It's got to be one of the most dangerous intersections I've seen in the entire country, never mind in our city. It's got, odd sidewalks on both sides, and one of them's catty corner. I'd just like somebody to come out and do something, because it's really getting to be bad.
Okay, thank you. So Rob O'Brien, our deputy city manager, because Mr. Gossman is our assistant city manager. I'm just getting these right. He's going to speak to you. All right. Mr. O'Brien, thank you very much. Patty, followed by Susan C., followed by Joan Bachman.
I would like to let the residents of Oceanside know about the circle of influence that we have seen over the past few years between city council members the school board is represented by Jordan Sparks here and his Superintendent Vitale, and the Resource Center. There's a circle of influence that Oceanside, they're all collaborating and pushing their agenda together. So just be aware, and if you have any questions, contact me later, okay? The rest of my time, I'm asking respectfully that you give a moment of silence for the rest of my time, actually, 1 minute and 18 seconds, for our dear friend Charlie Kirk, who was brutal.
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
I would like my time back, 1 minute and 30 seconds. For Charlie Kirk, who was for God, family, and country. And anybody that is not for that, I question. So the rest of my time is for silent prayer for Charlie Kirk. Thank you.
All right. Hold on. Hold on. I really don't want to take a break. I don't want to have to take a break right now because I really want to listen to everybody else. So. Okay, Susan Custer, followed by Joan Bachman, followed by Richard N.
Patty had 12 more seconds. I would like that 12 seconds to be spent as a moment of 12 seconds of silence, as she requested.
Please. The First Amendment means freedom of speech for everyone, even folks who you don't agree with. All right? All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break right now. Thank you. 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we were at Susan Custer, followed by Joan Bachman. Did Susan finish? Comments? Oh, there. Susan Custer, followed by Joan Bachman, followed by Richard N.
Good evening. I don't know if I said that before, but anyway, good evening. I'm sorry that all that ruckus started up. The other thing I wanted to mention before that started was that I do appreciate that even though we couldn't have our moment of silence here, that the city did fly to have the flag at half-mast for Charlie Kirk's death, as was requested by the White House. So I very much appreciate that at least y'all made that decision, even though the residents wouldn't allow a moment of silence. So thank you. The only other thing I wanted to mention is I spoke to someone who lived at Mission Cove a year or two ago, and it's supposed to be, I think, senior housing. This person was telling me how it's homeless and drug addicts, and there's feces all over the place. The bathroom was damaged. All of the community areas, except the laundry room, had to be locked down to prevent this. There was feces in the dryer, in the washing machine. So we need to do better for our seniors than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Bachman, followed by Richard N., followed by Leo Chapinski.
I'll let you look at that, Joan Bachman, while I talk about something slightly different. We need to talk about civics. So let's be clear who our city organizations report to. We have a school board. We have college trustees at Maricosta. We have a city council, and we have NCTD. As far as I know, not one of those boards met and agreed to fly that flag at half-mast after 9/11. And doing it after 9/11 was an incredible disservice and disrespect for 9/11, because it's not the same thing. So I don't recall any of that. So there were numerous places I did comment, I did complain, I asked them to raise it. One case it was city staff that just didn't have the tool, or the guy wasn't there that knew how to do it. Fine, I get that. But no one should have had that at half-mast, because the person in DC is not a king, does not tell us what to do. You tell your staff what to do. It's not federal.
Hey.
These are not federal installations. So, no, the previous speaker was absolutely wrong. Now I'm going to talk about trees. You've seen this picture before. We're going to be losing every single one of those trees down the street here at the NCTD headquarters. I recently learned the pine trees will also be taken, and I'm looking into that to understand more about that. I'll be out measuring the caliper of those trees, and I want them replaced on Pierview Way. There will not be a single tree left on Pierview Way when that happens, not one. And also on Clementine. So if we don't have trees, we don't have a livable city. And we want affordable housing. We want a nice place. The Parkway is our linear park for the residents, for everyone who lives there, regardless of how much they paid for anything. They still get a nice place to walk, and it's up to us to provide that. So we have to get those trees back. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard N., followed by Leo Chapinski, followed by Madison Rapp.
I agree. Keep the trees. 2 minutes is not a lot of time. I'm going to give a quick history lesson on immigration using an example from history. And I'm going to start off by saying that history repeats itself, and the reason why is because when people are faced with similar situations, they come to similar conclusions and similar actions. So in 378 AD, the Goths invaded the Roman Empire. And at the Battle of Adrianople, they defeated the Romans and killed the Emperor Valens. Rome had been, for several centuries, trying to defend its boundaries, its porous borders, from migrants coming over across the Rhine and into the empire. They were causing problems. The successor of Valens was the Emperor Theodosius, and he thought, well, the Goths, they were already here in the empire, so we might as well let them stay. They defeated our army. 2, he thought, we can use them to farm the frontier lands that the Romans would not, because those lands were prone to barbarian attacks. 3, by farming these lands, the empire could then collect taxes on land that would otherwise be unused. And 4, they could then serve in the Roman military doing jobs that the Romans themselves would not want to do. Does any of this sound familiar? They had people in that they couldn't get out. They let them stay against the will of the empire, and they ended up doing things that maybe the other people, the citizens, didn't want to do. So how did it end? Well, the Goths moved from the Balkans into the empire and eventually sacked Rome and toppled the empire, ushering in the Dark Ages. It turns out that welcoming them was a bad idea. They retained allegiance to their own people and their own cultures and not to their host country. That is a lesson that a large body of unassimilated immigrants are not good for a host nation. As Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal once said, immigration without assimilation is an invasion. As some people say, no human is illegal, but humans can do illegal things. Put America's interests before foreigners who violate our laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leo Chapinski, followed by Madison Rapp, followed by Angel. Madison Rapp.
Mayor, City Council. Up here earlier, you had these white tents that were being looked at, maybe by drones, I don't know, but the majority of people I know that have been on the street for 10, 15, 20 years, they use green. You can't see them. They use brown. They use red. They use whatever color is necessary to be hidden by drones and people looking for them. This count that you have of how many homeless, it is so off, so far off. Anyway, that's that. Jimmy had talked about law or legalities. I'm from the Midwest, where I have run mechanical equipment from age 12 on up, and at age 16 I got my driver's license, and I've been legal ever since 1968 or so, give or take. But now I'm illegal. I've never been illegal in my life. But I've been given 3 or 4 tickets from someone who just loves writing tickets. My car wasn't moved from this point to that point in 72 hours, and my car wasn't moved here in 72 hours, and it wasn't moved there in 72 hours. I can't pay all these fines, which add up to about $1,000. So I go to register my vehicle. I can't register my vehicle. Can't register my vehicle, it'll get towed with everything I own, and I'll be on the street. And yeah, it'll rain on me, and it'll get cold, just because of somebody wanting to write a ticket. But these cars are always moved within 72 hours. I've been playing this game with you folks for 10 years. My cars always move within 72 hours, always. Y'all used to have things for those of us with traumatic brain injuries, those little yellow slips to tell us that there's a problem. Then you used to circle our tires. You used to put squares down on them to let us know that there might be an hour or two here or there. I think it was called due process or something like that. And I haven't received any.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madison Rapp, followed by Angel, followed by Michael R.
Thank you. Good evening, Oceanside City Council and Mayor Sanchez. I'm here tonight as a mother of 3 young children. I have 2 boys, ages 8 and 5, and a daughter who's 1. And I spend a lot of time thinking about their future, what kind of world they're going to grow up in, and how the choices we make today will shape their teenage years and young adulthood. A big concern I have is for their mental health, and for the mental health of all the children in our community as they navigate an increasingly complicated and stressful world. Many young adults face struggles with anxiety, depression, substance use, and a sense of not knowing where they belong. Add to this the challenges of finding meaningful work, getting the right education, and staying connected in healthy ways, and it can be overwhelming. A UCSD epidemiologist recently warned that we are only at the beginning of a major public health crisis tied to substance use and addiction. Industries that profit from products like tobacco, marijuana, and CBD are shaping how our kids see relaxation or coping. The science is clear. Regular use during adolescence and young adulthood can interfere with brain development, increase risks of anxiety and depression, and set young people on a difficult path. When marijuana storefronts are highly visible in our city, through advertising, billboards, and social media, it normalizes use for kids. It sends the message that this is safe, acceptable, or even an expected way to cope. But we know the reality is far more dangerous for young developing minds. I want my children and all of our children to grow up in a community that protects their mental health, gives them safe outlets for stress, creativity, and connection, and that doesn't put temptation in their faces before they're not even old enough to understand the consequences. Good mental health is one of the most precious gifts we can give the next generation. So please shift the focus to investing only in businesses and activities that help our kids thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel. Angel, followed by Michael R., followed by Ann Fraser. Okay, no Angel. All right. Michael R., followed by Ann Fraser, followed by Graham Fraser.
Hi. I can't tell you how disgusted I am with the response from this group when they're asked to show respect for a person who died. This is, to me, it only shows that they felt threatened by him, that he was...
Okay, excuse me. Okay, if you want to sign up, or you had to have signed up by the time that we started this item. So it is his time to speak. We don't always agree on things, but we all agree on the First Amendment, right? That a person has a right to free speech. All right, go ahead.
So I just want to say, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. We're all Charlie now. On another issue, I would like to respectfully request the council to establish a policy that requires a respect for our flag. This gentleman, this person over here is showing disrespect for our flag, and I see that I see it other times and places in this room. You should establish a policy where it requires respect for the flag in this room.
All right, thank you very much. Does this mean that Ann and Graham are...
They wanted to sign up on another item, not this one.
Oh, okay, great. All right. Thank you. So we are... Excuse me, I really don't want to have to take another break, because we still have over 50 speakers. Let's see, we have 2 items left. I wanted to see if, how many we have on number 20?
9.
9, okay. Let's go ahead and do that one. Staff recommends City Council adopt an ordinance to add Chapter 14D to the Oceanside City Code entitled Residential Tenant Protections. It was introduced on September 3rd on a 3-2 vote. And we have, huh?
Would you like to take the public now? Okay.
Right, so yeah, public.
Yes.
Before we can vote. All right, so we have Ariana, what did you say, 12?
9.
No, 9.
Yeah.
You know, we have heard this fully, so I'm going to say 2 minutes on each one. Ariana Bernard, Hennick TG, Jimmy Knott, and Amber K. So go ahead, Ariana Bernard.
Good evening, City Council. I am Ariana Bernard, your favorite realtor. And as your favorite realtor, my heart is heavy. We are standing here tonight because this is it. This is the final chance to decide whether we protect people who make up a portion of this beautiful city, which we call home Oceanside. Tenant protections. Everyday tenants are facing rising rents, unfair evictions, and the impossible choice between keeping a roof over their heads or putting food on their table. Families are being uprooted, children are pulled from their schools, seniors who built their lives here are being forced out of the very community that they helped build. You, the council, have the power to make a choice tonight, a choice to say to this city, does not value profits over people. Tenant protections are not radical, they are fair, they are just. They are the bare minimum we should expect from a city that claims to care about people. This is your last chance. Do the right thing. Protect tenants, protect families, protect the future of Oceanside.
Thank you. Hennick, TG, Hennick. Is there a Hennick? No? Okay. Jimmy Knott, followed by Amber K.
When this item came up before you, there was a number of changes. Few of us in the audience were trying to follow it. It was very difficult. As a person who has been here attending council meetings for over 30 plus years, even I had trouble. Yet, you did not take time to explain all the ramifications. You did not take time to reopen the hearings to say, this will be the impact on the people. You need to take and look at what the process and procedures that you're using are. If it substantially impacts the public, reopen the hearing so the people can be heard. I agree that there needs to be protections, but when there's a change that's going to substantially affect the public, we need to know what those changes will do. I would request that you table this until you have a chance again to further explain what those impacts are. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Kay, followed by Larry Warner, followed by Pat Hartley.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, Councilman. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the tenant protection policy that we are putting forth before our council tonight. I can speak for many people in the community in saying that it's become exhausting to think that we're going to move forward in one direction on a matter and then to have the rug pulled out from underneath our feet when we show up on the final vote. So I'm hoping that we can push this one all the way through because, as we noted on the last session, 45% of our Oceanside residents are renters. Seniors are the fastest growing unhoused population, Many of my students are emailing me every semester. I'm 6 weeks into the semester. I've already received 3 emails from housing insecure students and people who are either sleeping in their car or couch surfing. So this is something that can help protect our next generation Oceansiders, people who've worked their entire lives. Single mothers and children are the #1 victims to unjust evictions outside of our senior population as well. So I call on you to remember the prayer of the gentleman who opened our ceremony today, and asking you to make decisions that are for the betterment of the entire community, not just for those who profit in our community. You are in positions of power to take care of the vulnerable, not just those who can fund your campaigns. So please make the right choice and choose Oceansiders tonight.
Thank you. Larry Warner, followed by Angel, followed by Michelle Krug.
I would just encourage those who voted last time for this to vote again. That will give us 3-2, and would encourage those who didn't to reconsider. This is to help the people over profits, someone already said. And it also helps stop the influx of people who are housed to become unhoused. We had some great reports about how we're dealing with the unhoused. This works alongside the very things that we're already doing. It's easier to keep people housed and get them rehoused after they lose their home. So even economically, this makes sense. We need to provide opportunities for real-time data to be collected. So as the mayor said last time, we can make real decisions based on the data from our city. And this proposal or this ordinance allows for that kind of collection of data. The staff, the housing staff, said, we support this. This is adding work to them. But they said, no, we want this. We need this as a city. And so the staff wants to do it. It's good for our community. And so I urge you to, again, the 3 who voted for it last time, please do not flip-flop. Keep your vote the same. And the other 2, think about the city. This is about our heart, our soul. Keep people who are here housed, our workers, the diversity that makes Oceanside, Oceanside. This helps that continue. Let's have policies of compassion and care, not about profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel, followed by Michelle Krug, followed by Elena.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. My name is Angel Ortiz Salazar. My friend accidentally signed me up for this, but it's a good place to speak right now. I've been a longtime resident of the City of Oceanside. I've been living in Crown Heights for 26 years, and I've seen the hypergentrification of our neighborhood and how it's changed from immigrant community to what it is now. I mean, we still continue to preserve our culture, and we continue the unity with the members of the community that we have now, but just, seeing a lot of our family members displaced, and the homies that I grew up with no longer being able to rent because the landlord sold their land. A landlord sold their building, gave them a week to leave, and told them that they can't come back because they're not able to afford the new rent that they're going to implement. So I'm here to speak in favor of the tenant protections, and I hope you guys pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Krug, followed by Elena. Do you want to give her a mic?
Thank you.
Oh, she's got it? Okay.
Just an FYI, your elevator is not working. I'm here to speak in support of the tenant protection ordinance. I'd love to be able to also speak in for the rent stabilization, but I know that's not on the agenda as of now. It is so critical, particularly for people of limited income and people whose fixed income. I know everyone knows that seniors are the fastest growing population of houseless neighbors, and it's because their pension doesn't change when the rents go up. So I just really implore you to please do Do we really need our seniors out on the street? Do we need them trying to get into congregate, houseless settings and being put on the third bunk? I have so many examples of this that come through the California Alliance of Retired Americans and other senior places, organizations. Please pass the tenant protection ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. Elena?
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. You've heard all the facts from other people. You've heard the testimonies. I'm not going to repeat it. I just hope that those that passed it on the first vote will keep their vote this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the council, Deputy Mayor Joyce?
I'll move approval.
Okay, that's a motion to approve or to adopt. Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint many of you tonight, and I think I need to tell you why, or at least try to explain. I won't be supporting this tonight. When this item first came forward, I was a no vote. I concurred with the mayor at that time on the basic issues that we hadn't clearly defined the problem, the issues. At the last council meeting, after a meeting with some of our citizens and trying to be respectful of some of the stories and things that they told me, I did talk about some changes to the matter that was before us. And there was a point in there that, and believe me, I'm not blaming anybody, I'm owning this, it's my issue. But at one point, the Deputy Mayor Joyce commented that with all the amendments or the issues that I had brought forward, that there really wasn't much difference from the state, from what the state already has in place. And at that point, and I went back and I've watched this meeting several times, I was prepared to vote no. And I will say that our deputy mayor is a skilled politician and negotiator, and he basically changed the motion to incorporate some of the things I said. And at that time, for some reason, I felt compelled to go from a no to a yes. And I congratulate the deputy mayor on that skillful tactic that he uses. After the vote, and it was mentioned when it ended, I had several people. One was a reporter, came up and asked, "What did you just do?" And I looked at him, I said, "I don't know what we did. I really wasn't sure." And for days after, I felt that I did the wrong thing, because I don't believe what we did gets to the crux of these major things that people talk about tonight. It's not going to, what we did is not going to keep people in their homes. That's not the problem. And, you know, a long time ago in my career as a firefighter and paramedic, I learned that if you make a mistake, you have to bring it forward yourself and you have to admit it. Otherwise, you're going to live with a lie the rest of your career, the rest of your life. And so that's always been my policy, and that's why I'm doing this. And although I vote no today, I do encourage our mayor to look forward with staff or with maybe our housing commission to how we can move forward to find out what the problems are. I think that was your point, Mayor, if I remember, is what is the issues that we're facing, and I would support that. It was also pointed out to me when I talked to some mom and pop landlords who pointed out that it was a little bit deceptive on who and how, what level of landlords are impacted by this. But that said, upon leaving my office, one of them looked at me and said, "You know, of all the things that you voted on, the one thing that would have helped people was the $100,000 fund that you talked about." Now, I'm not going to bring that up tonight, and I wouldn't even entertain it, but I would say that come budget, because we can't do it till budget time anyways, but come budget time, please. This isn't easy for me, so a little respect. So, no, a liar would vote against their conscience, sir. So why don't you be respectful too? Anyways, I would encourage us that at budget time we look at that funding. And I would ask that gives the city manager time to put it in the calculus to look at where the money might come from, how we might be able to do it. I'm happy to have that discussion and even lead that in the budget discussion, but nothing can really be done until budget time anyway. So I just wanted to say that and get that on the record, and I will be voting no. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we were bringing this item forward as a way to prevent our families becoming displaced. When we say our families in our community, we're also talking about our workforce, the students that attend our schools. As someone that was born and raised here in Oceanside, I remember a time where we can find affordable places to live near Clementine, near Nevada, near the beach. And little by little, we started seeing our community being pushed east. And now it's happening at a rapid rate. We just had someone from our community mention what's the displacement that's taking place in Crown Heights. We're losing many members of our workforce to Escondido. Folks are having to drive from Menifee to get to work here in Oceanside. That's putting parents having to drive very far away from their kids' school where they have childcare. We hope to bring a stronger ordinance, but we knew that this was something that we can compromise on. It may feel like a limited tool, but it is a tool in the toolbox to address and prevent homelessness in our community, to help slow the rate of the gentrification that's taken place in Oceanside. It's hard to even look at what Oceanside has become in the past 20 years and have it resemble what it was in my childhood. You know, I'm losing so many friends and family members moving out of state, you know, moving out of anywhere close to Oceanside. And so, again, it is a limited tool, but it is another tool in the toolbox to help us address the displacement and the reality that's happening in our community. So I second Deputy Mayor Joyce's motion.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
My colleagues, it's not too late. We haven't voted yet. There's still 2, there could be a 3. You called it skilled. It's because I actually want to talk to you. I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to find a way that we can help the people who showed up and have asked us for the entire time we've been in this office to help. But renters are not deemed worthy of us doing help for. Why does this help? This modest proposal that has slight changes from the state law would provide stability because people are turned out of their house so that the rent can be raised and brought somebody else in. And this ordinance is all about that, which is it's not an idea that I had on the weekend and thought, oh, this would be fun to make a policy about. It's from calls from families in our neighborhoods who are turned out of their homes, who are moved to Fallbrook, who are moved to Arizona, who have to leave the city that they love because we have refused to protect them. And we had this chance. We still have this chance. It is not nothing. It's important. 51% of Oceanside households qualify as low income. That means when they get pushed out of their housing, they are on the door of homelessness. They don't have the resources to pay a month's rent to get into the next place. That's why when you force someone out through no fault of their own, you offer them that money because you recognize that they're on the edge. You're preventing them from going into homelessness. 70% of very low and extremely low income renting households in our city pay more than half of their income a month to rent. There's nothing else left. This would have closed loopholes, moving it from 1 year to 6 months, adding a whole group of renters, including single mothers who were most often moved out of their housing. It would have closed loopholes around when you're moved out of your housing because they want to renovate, and the minor renovations are done just to move you out of your housing. Everyone we know has a story where that has happened. We have CSA providing services daily, every day a week, because people have these issues. 144 families served last year. And then most importantly, this would have provided us a chance to get better data, because no government agency makes it a priority to understand this problem. We could do that. I hope that you take this chance.
All right. So, there is a motion and a second. Mr. Burke, please title the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Chapter 14 of the Oceanside City Code by the addition of Chapter 14D to establish residential tenant protections.
Please vote.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay,
Sanchez,
thank you.
Robinson, Weiss, no.
Item number 19. Item number 19. Okay. Okay, this is a mayor and our council member item. This is a request by Councilmember Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Joyce to direct staff to draft a resolution that ensures City of Oceanside policies and practices do not support or contribute to federal immigration enforcement, and that promotes public awareness of Oceanside residents' due process rights under the Constitution. Councilmember Figueroa.
I won't take too much time with this introduction because I know we have a lot of people here wishing to speak on this. Before I start, I just want to say, I want to start off by saying that I respect every person on this council. I respect our city manager's office, our police department, and everyone in here. That I have respect for everyone, and this wasn't brought forward for anything political or to divide our community. The intention behind this was to help develop and build trust between our community and transparency between our community. This wasn't brought as a knee-jerk reaction. This was, done carefully and strategically, speaking with city staff, members of our community, seeing what they would like to be done here in the City of Oceanside. And folks have been asking us to do something since January. So it is long overdue. For me, I want to say that personally, I am the proud son of undocumented immigrants. And I wouldn't be in the position I am today if it wasn't for my parents' sacrifices. I've been elected to represent District 3, and inside District 3, there's the Tri-City community, which is a predominantly Latino community. It is also the community that the majority of my family immigrated to, where my tios are, where my tias are, where my cousins are to this day. And for me, I have to think about the vulnerable people within our community who have been asking for the city to do something. The intention of this resolution is, like I said, is to build trust, transparency between our city and our community. And even though that the majority of these policies can be administratively implemented, the Oceanside community is looking to our city leadership to bring forward something that can be a support, that can provide security and show our community that we care. And with that being said, I move forward to pass this resolution.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak now or did you want to wait? Okay. All right, so we have how many speakers on this item?
We currently have 65 speakers
65.
and one presentation.
Okay, great. All right.
And one presentation.
Okay, so we do have one organized presentation. That means that one person will be speaking, but they have three other people who have signed up for this organized presentation and go ahead and call that out.
Okay.
And they get 10 minutes.
Our first group presentation is by Sol Ortiz, and other members of their group include Laura Perez Malion, Juanito Conoro, and Karen Placencia. And are those individuals here?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
We're all right here. Good evening, Council, Mayor, everybody here. I just want us to take a second to look at the massive amount of turnout that we have for this meeting. I think this exemplifies how pressing this concern is to our community. Please note that a lot of our community could not be here because of our current situation, our current political situation. So a lot of them don't feel comfortable or safe coming out to speak. So in the energy and in honor of our community members, we share this, not even a plea at this point, it's a demand, right? We're asking you for very basic things. It is not to be contested whether we are human or not. So tonight we ask you to vote for uplifting and protecting our communities. If you vote no, you're voting against keeping families together. You're voting against the integrity of this community. So please take a deep look at that. My name is Sol. I'm here speaking with the Human Rights Council of Oceanside. We're a 15-year-old grassroots organization created as a result of ongoing attacks on our community to promote human rights and defend our right to live with dignity and respect. We're here today to demand that City Council representatives vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. As an organization, we have witnessed the pain and trauma of family separation firsthand. We have responded to our community in crisis. Parents are being picked up by ICE while dropping off their children at school. Entire families are being targeted and detained on their routes to work, often leaving small children behind. I'm going to call in Hector because Hector is not here today, but he was not able to start his school year with his father present because he was detained violently. Children are left wondering when and if they will ever see their parents again. We're not going to step too far from our neighborhood. Esther, Mayor Esther, where you live, the Robles Ortega family was separated violently. There were sound grenades, windows that were shattered. These kids are 15 and 17 years old and they were handcuffed. That is infuriating. The youngest underwent a panic attack immediately after that. We have to sit with the magnitude of what this is doing to our children's mental health. This is destroying our communities. These are our Oceanside children. They're our Oceanside families. And we all have a responsibility to organize and to ensure that masked individuals are not freely and shamelessly picking them up. As elected officials, you have a responsibility to do everything in your power to defend basic human rights and offer basic protections as a city. The Community Trust Resolution is symbolic in that it sends a message of solidarity. This resolution is not enough. We recognize that. We know that ICE will continue to operate in our streets. They just got massive amounts of funding that will kick in October, often with impunity, but who in this city council supports the kidnappings taking place? Who here stands for human rights and supports our neighbors, colleagues, and families being detained without warrants? Who here stands with ICE? Who here stands with Oceanside residents? The time is now to organize, to defend our rights, and to live with peace. We have seen military-style raids on families while they slept, putting minors in handcuffs, as I mentioned, to fend for themselves. Mayor, we at some point endorsed you, but due to the inactions that you have taken, we rescind that endorsement publicly. That being said, this is an opportunity for you to make amends with your community who is here. We believe that if you do stand in solidarity, there is an opportunity for us to collaborate and move forward collectively. We've demonstrated that we're willing to work with you and everybody here. We wouldn't be here otherwise, right? We're putting our lives on the line because of the work that y'all are not doing. And I do want to take a moment to appreciate Council Members Figueroa and Joyce, because that's what it means to roll up your hands and stand by community, is having these uncomfortable conversations and being able to move forward from them. We're all adults here and we have the ability to do that. This is not personal. This is not personal. But it is important that we make decisions that are going to be affecting our communities for years to come, and this is the opportunity to do so now. So we demand that you vote in favor of the community trust resolution.
All right. This is going to take over 2 hours, so I please don't clap. Use your hands. We see you. We want to go ahead and run through the list of over 65 people. Is there another organized presentation, or is that the only one?
That was the only one.
Okay, good. All right. So next is Ariana Bernard, followed by Stephen White, followed by Lillian Serrano.
Good evening, City Council, my friends, my family, my community. We are here today because justice cannot wait. We are here because families in our community are living under the constant threat of separation, fear, and exploitation at the hands of ICE. And we are here because silence makes us incompetent. How much longer are we allowing injustice to stand in our land of freedom? How much longer will families be torn apart? How much longer will children be forced to live in fear, all because our nation refuses to fix a broken system? Immigrants are not strangers to this country. They are the backbone of this country. So let's be clear. We will not be hidden. We will not back down. We will not be silent. And we will fight until every family is together, every worker is respected, and every immigrant is treated with dignity. I'll leave you with this. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, let's go together.
Right, Stephen White. Stephen White, followed by Lillian Serrano, followed by Allison McDonald. We do have 2 podiums, so I'm asking you to, if you hear your name right afterwards, please stand at the other podium so you're ready to go. Mr. White?
Well, I just would like all of you guys to know 8 U.S. Code 1324A, unlawful employment of aliens. And if this passes, the federal government is going to be here. We have the largest Marine Corps base in the world. All this is going to do is jeopardize the immigrant communities, and it's going to cut off all federal funding to this city. And I, as a taxpayer and a legal citizen, will not have it. This is unlawful, and it violates everything that our country really stands for. You're putting a certain group above the actual tax-paying citizens, and it's wrong.
Thank you. Lillian Serrano, followed by Allison McDonald, followed by Stephanie Gomez. Excuse me. Allison McDonald, if you could start. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Serrano.
Good evening, Major Sanchez and council members. My name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm a North County resident and the proud daughter of immigrants, and someone who has had the privilege of working with families here in Oceanside for many years. I also serve as the Border Policy Director for Alliance San Diego, a human rights organization. I'm here today in strong support of item 19. The resolution is urgently needed. Families in Oceanside have already been torn apart by immigration enforcement operations, including incidents where federal agents use excessive force against our neighbors, as the previous speakers already described. Workers, mothers, fathers, and children in this city have already experienced harms at the hands of agents operating with impunity. I have seen the pain of children separated from their parents, as I'm sure some of you up there in the council have. These are not abstract policies. They are lived realities for many families in the city. Unfortunately, with all the changes in federal policy, including a recent decision by the Supreme Court, now our families, especially the Latino community, are even more vulnerable to racial profiling, putting half of the city at risk of being detained and being treated as an enemy in their own community, in this city. You see, human rights are not optional. They are the duty for every single elected official, and that includes this city council. So today, we're asking you to do your duty and protect the human rights and do everything in your power to protect human rights in the city of Oceanside. Thank you.
All right, Allison McDonald, followed by Stephanie Gomez, followed by Inez.
Good evening, my name's Allison McDonald. I'm an educator with the Oceanside School District, and I don't want to go into the school year like this. I'm here tonight because our kids are being threatened. Students should be thinking about homework, friends, and recess, not whether someone will take them from their families. Right now, that fear is real. It is the same kind of fear that kids feel in active shooter drills. A place for learning is turning into a place of terror. Parents are afraid to send their kids to school. Do you have any idea what it's like to be an educator trying to teach and comfort children through a safety crisis like this? My students are special needs. Some will not be able to understand. And part of the real fear is that none of these kids know what will happen to them after they're kidnapped. We don't know what it's like to be caged in these cages and these camps, but we hear reports and it's not good. Education should not depend on the language a child speaks or the color of their skin. Every kid deserves to learn, grow, and feel safe. In this city, we put government materials in multiple languages, but it's performative if we're allowing children to be abused on government property. These agents are brutal adults who aren't part of our community. Immigrants aren't outsiders. Poli migra are. Here's what needs to happen. First, block federal immigration officers from coming onto city property. Second, protect city data, school records, utility accounts, anything the city collects. None of it should ever be shared with federal immigration. Families must be able to trust that their information is safe. Third, teach people their rights. Every person in this country has rights under the U.S. Constitution, regardless of their immigration status. Kids deserve to be kids deserve to be kids. Los niños merecen ser niños. Thank you, and hasta la victoria siempre.
Thank you. Stephanie Gomez. Stephanie Gomez, followed by Inez, followed by Alex Carrasco.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Stephanie Gomez. I'm a 23-year-old who, thanks to the sacrifices my parents have made, I can attend college and study psychology in Cal State San Marcos. I have lived my whole life in Oceanside, and like everybody else here, I'm here because I care for others, because what is happening across our country right now affects my family and people I deeply care about, especially because to me this is a human rights issue and it needs to be addressed. Before I continue with my testimony, I want to invite everybody, especially the City Council, to take a couple of seconds to look at me. And I ask you guys, do I look like an immigrant? Do I look like an undocumented immigrant? That leads me to other questions like, well, how does an immigrant look like? And how does a USA citizen look like? And how are we supposed to look like so ICE doesn't harass us? I ask these questions because not too long ago, the Supreme Court gave the green light for ICE to question and detain people based on the way they look, what language they speak, what their job is, and even where they happen to be. So I look around this room, and going based on looks, more than half of the people in here can now get questioned or detained by ICE. And that is the reality we live in now. A reality that has now affected families and children here in Oceanside. And we all know that after October 1st, it's always just going to get worse. We cannot keep acting like everything's going to be okay. And if you think Oceanside can't do anything because this is a federal issue, and that is your excuse, you are wrong. As a politicians, you know that Oceanside has the obligation to protect and defend their residents. We cannot let racism and hate thrive in Oceanside. The reality is that in Oceanside, we have immigrants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Inez, who videotaped me, Alex Carrasco, and Lou Callies.
Good evening. My name is Ines, and I work here in Oceanside as an immigration advocate, but I also stand before you as someone who has experienced family separation as a young girl, and I know firsthand the trauma that deportation leaves behind. That's why I urge you to vote yes on this resolution, to make Oceanside a city that protects all of its residents regardless of immigration status. Too often, immigration is dismissed as a federal issue, but this is a very weak argument because the administration has made it very clear that they are relying on local jurisdictions to meet their daily deportation quotas. Others argue that this resolution will make Oceanside a target, but we are already there. Violent detainments have been happening here for years, and now you finally get to witness what our families have been going through. Since California passed SB 54 in 2017, the whole state has become a target, and it's only going to grow with HR 1 funding. We also hear excuses that funds are limited and that there's not enough staff to execute some of these resolutions asked, but when a department like OPD receives so much funding, how can you say there aren't enough resources for basic transparency and accountability? In reality, this resolution is the bare minimum, and when the violence, trauma, and racism of the deportation machine is so deeply rooted in Oceanside and other places in North County, it is your job as elected officials to give your residents the transparency, protections, and trust they deserve, and this resolution is a very good first step. If this council cannot commit to bare minimum tonight, our disappointment will only make our organizing power stronger, so I urge you to be bold, stand with us, and make it clear that Oceanside believes in dignity and safety for every resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Carrasco, followed by Lou Callies, followed by Joseph Muto.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Alex Carrasco. I work at the North County LGBTQ Resource Center. I live in District 1, and I am the son of hardworking immigrant parents. I am here today to urge you to pass the Community Trust Resolution. I grew up here hearing my parents' stories of being detained. The fear, the uncertainty, and the moments when they didn't know if they would ever make it back home to us. That fear isn't just in the past. Today, families in Oceanside are still living with the same terror. Since January, we've already seen more families torn apart by immigration enforcement. Operations right here in our city, in your city, Mayor. And this is only the beginning. With $170 billion in new federal funding through HR 1, immigration enforcement will expand at an unprecedented scale. Oceanside must prepare now. We must choose to protect families instead of allowing our local resources to be used against them. When parents are detained, children miss school, people cancel doctor's appointments, local businesses lose customers, entire families lose their sense of safety and stability. Deportation doesn't just harm immigrants, it harms every Oasider. Passing this resolution is about leadership. It's about showing our community that Oceanside will not be a tool of fear, but a city of dignity, trust, and protection. You were elected to defend your residents, and I urge you to be bold, to stand with immigrant families, and to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Lou Callies, followed by Joseph Muto, followed by Beryl Daggy.
City Council members, this is a make it or break it moment for you. Your community is watching. Tonight, many hardworking families that make Oceanside run are at your front door peacefully asking you to do something immediately to stop the brutal forces that choose to participate in these abductions and deportations, carrying our loved ones from their homes, schools, and workplaces. These forces include ICE and our own local police department. How you respond, either with compassion or dismissal is crucial to the continuity of Oceanside's strength that Oceanside does not have without our immigrant families. Passively allowing ICE and the racist police that work with them, who are armed with another budget increase and zero accountability for their brutality, to continue terrorizing our community without immediate action implicates you as complicit in white supremacist violence and fascism. If you are an American citizen, then it is your duty to use whatever power and influence you have to stand strong against fascist agendas. If you vote no on Oceanside's Community Trust Resolution, you are voting yes to the imminent threat our community faces of unlawful imprisonment, torture, and in many cases murder without a chance of justice. Something that the members of the Oceanside City Council would be guilty of knowingly aiding in, further shaming the sanctity of the colonized Payom Coeacham land that this chamber rests on. My question to you is this. When the history of this time is written, would you like to be remembered as part of a racist attempt to erase Oceanside's vibrant, thriving community in the name of white supremacy? If the answer is no, I implore you to vote yes on Oceanside's community trust resolution and not stand in your own community's way of establishing safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Murrow, followed by Beryl Daggy, followed by Clint Carney.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Joseph Moodle, Vice Chairman of the Youth Commission and proud second-generation Mexican-American, as well as an Osider. Last month, after the ice raids in Encinitas took place, something hit me hard. No one is protecting the immigrant community here in Oceanside. In Encinitas, officials rushed to release statements, pass emergency measures, and stand with their people. Yet here at home, our city stayed silent. But these raids aren't new. Families in Oceanside have been living through them for months. 2 teens had their house broken into and their parents were taken. A father was kidnapped after dropping off his child. 2 brothers were taken while simply driving. Each time our city said nothing. Absolute silence. And that silence hurts more when you realize Encinitas, a city with an almost entirely MAGA Republican council, unanimously took action to protect their residents. While Oceanside, a diverse, working-class community that has always been stigmatized and written off for decades, has done nothing. Yes, a few leaders have spoken up, and I thank them for that. But speeches and posts aren't enough. We need real action. Emergency protections, community education, and a clear message that Oceanside stands with its immigrant families. The time is now. Let's not allow our city to be silent any longer. Vote yes on this resolution and show our community that Oceanside will stand up for its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Beryl Daggy, followed by Clint Carney, followed by Fabio Gramajo.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Beryl Daggy. I'm a resident of Oceanside. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the community trust resolution. I want to thank Councilman Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Joyce for bringing this forward. It is the City Council's fundamental role to set policy and establish the laws that guide our city. This resolution would establish policies to protect the rights of its immigrant residents by directing city staff to take specific actions, including informing residents of their rights, protecting their personal data, and providing support services reinforcing our community values. By passing this resolution, the City Council is providing the city manager and the police department with clear guidance on how our city resources could be used. It's a policy directive that serves as a foundation for how the city should operate. It ensures that our police force, whom we trust to keep us safe, can build strong relationships with our community members without jeopardizing someone's immigration status. The resolution's proposed funding for crisis relief case management is a small investment that will have significant impact on the well-being and stability of our families. By formalizing this commitment in a resolution, we ensure these protections are consistent and transparent for all residents. It's about making our city safe for everyone. When members of our community, regardless of their background, feel safe talking to our police, it protects all of us. When our residents know their basic rights, it strengthens the community. Thank you, and I urge you to vote yes on this resolution.
Clint Carney, followed by Fabio Gramajo, followed by Hennick. TG.
Hello, council members. My name is Clint Carney. I'm an advisory board member with the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, and I also represent a nonprofit with clients throughout the county called Survivors of Torture International. The name explains clearly the conditions of our clients. It's really important to remember and recognize the context of the people represented here, but also the contributions. In the past 15 years prior to the pandemic, the undocumented workforce contributed $120 billion to the U.S. economy. They had work permits, and taxes were taken out of those paychecks on $120 billion. It's also important to recognize the context of the people who are immigrants. There's immigration, and different people have different circumstances. but a very important and a large part of immigration is forced migration. In 2024, more than 125 people were forcibly displaced from their homes around the world. About 60% of those leave their homes and stay in their home country, so 40% have to leave their own country. So many people come to the United States because they are forced to flee for safety, including survivors of torture. More than 40% of refugees and asylum seekers who reach the United States are fleeing torture. They're carried out by governments around the world. 141 countries have reports of torture have taken place in 141 countries. That's 75% of the world. So we're talking about a lot of trauma and a lot of reasons why people come here. It's not just to come and take a vacation and get a job and get free benefits. They want to work, they want to find safety, and they want to live a successful life, including in the city of Oceanside. So thank you for bringing this ordinance forward and for recognizing the dignity of all immigrants in San Diego County and in Oceanside.
Thank you. Fabio Gramajo, followed by Hennick. TG, followed by Brittany Haslam.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Fabio Gramajo. I am a resident of Oceanside, a father of 2 young children, and an immigrant. I support this resolution because immigration enforcement is being used blatantly by the federal government as an intimidation tactic, not as a tool for justice or lawful due process. We must also remember that despite decades of ongoing propaganda, the immigrants being dragged from their homes are of indigenous descent, people whose roots on this continent go back thousands of years. Oceanside should not be complicit in targeting our communities. This resolution is about basic dignity and about rejecting the misuse of immigration enforcement as intimidation. We must begin to push back before it's too late. We are no longer just housekeepers or farm workers like our fathers and mothers. We are this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Hennick, followed by Brittany Haslam, followed by Max Disposti.
Hi, my name is Henok Shumagitan. I work as a social worker, community organizer, and also as a peer support. And I strongly support this resolution because I myself as an immigrant, but right now also benefiting, also taking advantage of the process that I passed through. I was also an immigrant, but also given the opportunity to study or go to work and also to support our community is my inspiration. But also I see a lot of community members, immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers being afraid of going out from their houses because of what's happening right now in our communities. So I strongly support, and we say here in God we trust, so let's trust immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Haslam, followed by Max Disposti, followed by Jeannie.
Hi, my name is Brittany Haslam. I'm standing here today as an Oceanside resident. I went to Garrison Elementary. Sorry if I cry. This is definitely a lot to handle. I've done public speaking, but this is just a lot on my community. I went to Lincoln Middle School and I graduated at Oceanside High School. I have had such a beautiful community of every color and every race, and I just don't understand why we have to have this, make people feel unsafe in our communities. And I know as a collective here, we can't change the laws of our country, but I think we could really work together as a community and pass this and make everyone feel safe. I work at a restaurant, and the other day I had a lady run in, and she runs into our restaurant and says, there's ice here, like go tell your back of house, go tell everyone. And my whole restaurant is documented, everyone's fine. But the fact that everyone is in fear and just, we don't feel good. That doesn't make us feel good. And as a society, we want to feel good and we want to feel healthy, and fear is not the way to do it in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Disposti, followed by Jeannie, followed by Gianna Giacolone.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. It's hard to follow what the previous speaker, but A lot of people know in Oceanside I run a nonprofit, the LGBT Center, but also I'm a city commissioner. But not many people don't know that also I'm a former undocumented person. And the now employs almost 30 people, provides services in the city, it brings millions of dollars. But it's not just about the money, the reason why immigrants are important to this country. It's because right now we are afraid. Our community is afraid. You are afraid. But we have each other. We fought for years against gang violence. You remember that. When this council was reaching out to community to give hope and resilience and create safety net and policies around that to stop the violence. But now the gangs are back, but brought directly into our communities by this government. ICE is terrorizing everyone, including those of us that are naturalized or in mixed status families. And this country has stayed silent. It's almost time, it is almost like this violence is okay when guns and masked people, a marked car driving to our neighborhood are there every day like nothing happened. We're turning our back to our community. I invite you to think about the damage the government does when we lose the trust of our people. It will take decades to rebuild that trust from our community. We're not here just to celebrate our heritage and cultural differences or to be a data that is used for our grants application for the city and support our community. We're here because we exist. So we invite you to think about the consequences of not taking action and turning our back to the community. Even though you might think you're not doing it, you're doing it. And the silence is in our community. It's everywhere, in our schools, and the fear of the people that just spoke here. So I invite you to think about the incredible consequences of not doing anything. I know the city is doing the website, but that's not enough. It's not enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jeannie, followed by Gianna Giacalone, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Ortiz, and I'm a member of the community. Our community is under siege, and we must protect our neighbors, all of them. Our community deserves to live among us without fear. So let us resolve to live in solidarity with our Black, Indigenous, and communities of color, and not allow them to be taken from us, harmed, or removed from our lives and their homes and families. Please pass this resolution to be a community of compassion and caring, intentionally mounting a defense and protection of our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Gianna, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Jordy Sparks.
Hi, my name is Gianna Giacalone, and I'm a volunteer leader with the ACLU's Advancing Immigrant Rights team. I'm here tonight to urge you to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. When any member of our community does not feel safe to leave their home for fear of potentially being deported or detained, it harms the entire community. Under this new administration, Oceanside families have already been torn apart by the increase in immigration enforcement operations. We anticipate an even larger increase in ICE within our city due to the upcoming implementation of H.R. 1. We are looking to our city leaders to be bold and unwavering in their support of immigrant communities. While immigration is often framed as a federal issue, this administration has made it clear that they are relying on local jurisdictions to voluntarily support them. Assisting the federal government in immigration enforcement is completely voluntary and would utilize precious local resources. Everyone deserves dignity and safety regardless of their immigration status. The City of Oceanside has the responsibility to ensure that everyone's rights are protected and upheld. The Community Trust Resolution will provide and equip Oceanside residents with vital safeguards from immigration enforcement operations and set an example. I've been so proud of my friends, family, and community members for coming together to support each other and band together regardless of how daunting the ICE presence has been. We want and need to see that same support coming from our elected leaders. Show our city that we can and will protect each other. Show the people you represent that they can trust you'll look out for them regardless of fear-based and authoritarian tactics. We urge the Oceanside City Council to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Knott, followed by Jordy Sparks, followed by Paola Patino.
Mayor,
Council members, did you know that according to the Supreme Court now, if you speak Spanish, or if you have brown skin, or if you associate with people who have brown skin, or worship with people with brown skin, ICE can collect you, imprison you. And did you know that a lot of our friends here in Oceanside do? Mayor, you speak Spanish. You could be involved in that. You could be robbed from being our mayor. This is war on Oceanside. The duties of ICE go beyond immigration enforcement, but they are not being told that they can do that. They're being focused on immigration enforcement. Tell them, very simply by passing this, that get back to work doing your job and quit listening to your war master. We no longer have a defense department. We have a war department that is waging war on our citizens, especially those people here in Oceanside that's going to take our friends and neighbors away. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordy.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez.
Excuse me, sir. Please wait. If you do it again, we're going to take another break, okay? Because we still have over 40 people to hear from. So please let us listen to everybody, all right? Okay, Jordy Sparks, followed by Paola Patino, followed by Jolene Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Dr. Jordy Sparks. I'm a resident of Oceanside, a father of 4, and I serve professionally as an executive director of diversity, equity, and inclusion and student supports for our school district. Most importantly, I'm here as your neighbor. I strongly support the trust resolution before you, measures that affirm Oceanside's commitment to safety, dignity, and community. Immigration enforcement doesn't just affect individuals. It ripples through families, our classrooms, and neighborhoods. Sharing Know Your Rights information, prohibiting enforcement in non-public city spaces, protecting community data. These are not abstract policies. They are safeguards that show Oceanside takes care of its own, like we always say. Transparency in how our police respond to calls will also build trust in moments when fear and rumors spread. Equally important are commitments to support families left behind after enforcement action, to use our community resources and resource centers for day laborers and street vendors, and to help families with FOIA requests. These are practical, compassionate actions that recognize the human cost of enforcement. As a father, I want my children to grow up in a city that leads with fairness. As an educator, I know children carry the weight of family separations into our classrooms. And as your neighbor, I believe we share the responsibility for ensuring that Oceanside is a place where every family knows that they're supported and safe. I urge you to adopt these directions. They're not just policies, but a statement of who we are as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Paola Patino, followed by Jolene Smith, followed by Camille Cook.
Hello, council members. I am Paola Patino, a 22-year-old resident of the Libby Lake community. I'm a first-generation American, a daughter to a Mexican mother and an Ecuadorian father. My upbringing is the result of generational migration, resilience, and sacrifices. These sacrifices has granted me the opportunities to grow in a stable household and a supportive community. My mother, an owner in that Libby Lake community, is living proof of perseverance of an immigrant pursuing her American dream. My story is not unique. It is the experience of countless families who struggle and sacrifice and contribute to our nation. Social, economic, and cultural fabrics of this district. I respectfully urge you to advance the policies and recognizing the honor of the materially supportive groups of immigrants, acknowledge them. I also share my brother's story. He is an immigrant from Mexico. He immigrated here at 5 years old. He has a neuro doctorate's degree. There is no excuse. Council members, my brother is a great upstanding citizen now. Remember my face and see my brother as well. We are working hard. Do not disregard us. My skin color, mi lenguaje también, no se debe de ser discriminated against. Please. Lastly, I would like to honor the Luciano people of this nation. They are the original people here. White people, Asian people, Black Americans, and
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jolene, followed by Camille Cook, followed by Amber Kay.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my support for the Community Trust Resolution. I'm a retired elementary school teacher, and most of the students I worked with were from immigrant families. Throughout the years, I would hear students talk about their fear of La Migra, the immigration officers. Imagine being a child living in constant fear of having someone in the family, someone they love, taken away from them. No child deserves to live like that. We need to use our limited resources to solve important issues like the climate crisis, not terrorizing immigrant families who are just trying to live their lives like everyone else. All Oceanside residents deserve to feel safe and be informed. All of us deserve to be respected, regardless of immigration status. Please vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille Cook, followed by Amber Kay, followed by Felicia Gomez.
Good evening. I'm Camille Cook. I live in Loma Alta, and I'm an immigration attorney for more than 35 years. Recién jubilada. Thankfully, gracias a Dios. I just stopped doing it, so now I have time to do more stuff like this. I've given many Know Your Rights presentations. I've talked to many clients, potential clients, again, for over 30 years, telling them what their rights are. You have a right not to open the door. You have the right to remain silent. They have to show a warrant. They can't just stop you on the street. This year, I had to start changing what I was saying, because instead of saying it's illegal, they can't do that, I had to start saying, no deben hacerlo, they shouldn't do it, but todo es posible. All things are possible now, because they're just doing it and they're just breaking the law. So I had to completely change the way I was telling people what their rights are. I think it's extremely important that the city get involved in making sure that people know their rights, especially because they're changing practically daily. A couple other people mentioned the recent Supreme Court decision, which now gives the green light to racial profiling if you're speaking Spanish, if you work in a certain job, if you look a certain way. And one of my questions is, si yo estoy hablando puro español, ¿me van a parar a mí? Are they going to stop me for talking Spanish? Probably not. And that's what's wrong with the current policy. The other thing I have to say from personal experience is ICE lies. They have lied to me repeatedly. They have lied to my clients. You can't trust them. If you can't trust a law enforcement entity, then there's no reason that the city should be helping them or cooperating with them in any way. So I urge the council to support this measure, because it's about the fear. Everything they're doing is to scare people. It's working. If you pass something like this, it's not going to stop them from going out and arresting people, but at least the community will have some trust and some faith that their local government is doing what they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Kay, followed by Felicia Gomez, followed by Larry Warner.
Good evening again, council members and Mayor Sanchez. I want to thank Council Member Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Joyce for bringing forth the Community Trust Resolution before us this evening. And I can't help but recognize the irony of the fact here tonight that, Jesus was an immigrant. I know many of you claim to be people of faith, but you're struggling to honor the path of Christ, the path of love, and the fact you're acting more like the Roman elite, not showing any care or compassion for your community. And again, you have the chance to do something that would benefit the good of us all. People who are afraid, because of other people who are attacking people because they're afraid. People are taking jobs or whatever. But you know what fear is? Fear is false evidence appearing real. You know what is stronger than fear? Love and unity within community. So as, again, leaders of our community, I'm going to ask you, can the community trust you? Or are you just a bunch of elites that don't really care about what we have to deal with on a day-to-day life basis? Because you can sit back and collect your retirement checks and hide in your nice houses and sit in your air conditioning and not have to worry about the things that everyday hardworking Oceansiders are feeling every day. Again, I'm going to ask you if you even listened to the prayer of Pastor Schrader this morning or this evening at the start of today's council meeting. What will you do with the power that has been given to you?
Thank you. Felicia Gomez, followed by Larry Warner, followed by Cynthia Cardona.
Good evening. My name is Felicia Gomez, and I'm the campaign director at the California Immigrant Policy Center and a core member of the Sowing Seeds of Dignity Coalition and a lifelong North County resident. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the Community Trust Resolution. I also want to thank Deputy Mayor Joyce and Councilmember Figueroa for introducing this and for your bold leadership and standing with immigrant communities at a time that is more than necessary and past due. We have already begun to see an increase in immigration enforcement in Oceanside since the beginning of this administration, and we anticipate an even larger increase due to the upcoming implementation of H.R. 1, which would supercharge the deportation machine and result in even more Oceanside families being ripped apart by deportation and detention. We know that detention and deportation harms all Oceansiders. When any member of our community does not feel safe to leave their home for fear of potentially being detained or deported, it has harmful impacts on the entire community. It results in children missing school, people canceling their health appointments, less support for local businesses here in Oceanside, and decreased use of public spaces and programs that are meant to provide support for our communities. As a whole, detention and deportation makes all of our communities less safe and less healthy. The Community Trust Resolution would provide and equip Oceanside residents with vital safeguards from immigration enforcement operations to ensure we can all thrive, and is an important step forward in building trust with everyone who calls Oceanside home. The moment is now for Oceanside City Council leadership to act and ensure that you are doing everything within your local jurisdictional power to ensure that the city is not supporting or contributing to immigration enforcement. Drafting a strong policy as outlined in the staff report with no exemptions will be an important step in defending Oceanside residents and maintaining family and community unity. I urge you to vote yes on this important policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Warner, followed by Cynthia Cardona, followed by Margarita Luna.
As a member of Oceanside Sanctuary Church and a follower of Jesus, I believe our city has a responsibility to protect its most vulnerable residents, documented and undocumented. Now with ICE using quotas and the U.S. Supreme Court recent decision to allow ICE to detain people because of the color of the skin, because of the language they speak, because of the job that they have, will mean that our neighbors, our friends will no longer be seen as human beings with dignity, but dehumanized and vilified and treated as a means to an end to reach a desired quota. People will be stopped, questioned, and possibly disappeared just for existing. This breaks trust, and when trust is broken, real safety collapses and fear grows. We are here tonight to say enough. Our city must protect those who are being targeted and not abandon them. Please vote yes on the resolution, for it will communicate to those currently being targeted by our government: we see you, we care about you, you matter. Let us not, as a city council, fail for the second time tonight to protect those in our city, those who are most vulnerable. Let us vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Cynthia Cardona, followed by Margarita Luna, followed by Joseph Keller.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am Dr. Cynthia Cardona. My degree and education shouldn't matter, but I use them today in the hopes that more people will listen to what I have to say. I moved to Oceanside in 2020, and for the last 2 years, I have worked with families in District 2 in the Libby Lake community. It is a community with a lot of mixed status and immigrant families. One woman has been so afraid of ICE that she doesn't leave her house anymore, even for food distributions that are just around the corner. One American-born youth I work with found out that his parents are undocumented on election night. This is a 14-year-old boy who only knows Oceanside. He wants to join the military when he graduates, and he doesn't understand why people hate Mexicans and want his parents deported. A recent El Camino graduate can't stop worrying every time his mother has to go anywhere because he fears that she will be taken by ICE and he might never see her again. I have dozens more stories, all from your district, Councilmember Robinson. The resolution before you will give these kids and their families a huge morale boost and much needed support. Oceanside residents need bold leadership right now, leadership that brings us together in our shared humanity and vision for a better Oceanside. You have the opportunity tonight to provide that leadership by voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Luna, followed by Joseph Keller, followed by Kevin McCormack.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Margarita Luna, and I'm here today not just as a resident of the city, but as a neighbor, a friend, OUSD employee, but as someone who cares deeply about the future of our community. I am here to ask you, our city leaders, to take a stand for justice, compassion, and human dignity by voting yes on community trust resolution. Because here's the truth. Members of our community are living in fear every single day. Mothers and fathers are afraid to drive their children to school. Children are scared their parents might not be there when they get home. Families are waking up each morning with the question, will we be torn apart today? No child should have to carry and live with fear. Our children, all of our children, deserve to grow up knowing they are safe. They should be focused on learning, dreaming, playing, not worrying about ICE raids or whether they'll come home to an empty house. When families don't feel safe, our whole city suffers. But when families are supported and protected, our whole city thrives. Let me be clear. Immigrant families are not outsiders. They are part of us. Mayor Esther Sanchez, you come from an immigrant family. Your mother came to the U.S. from Mexico. Please, the same way that you wished your parents could see you in the position that you hold today, let our children show their parents that they can be successful. Well, voting yes doesn't mean ignoring the law. It means choosing not to use our local resources, our police, our schools, our city departments to help carry out unjust federal immigration enforcement that targets peaceful people just trying to live their lives. Please, I ask that you stand with us, stand with our families, stand with our children. Make our city safe.
Thank you. Joseph Keller, followed by Kevin McCormack, followed by Marlo Cleveland.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Keller. I'm aspiring to be a history teacher, just graduated college. Local communities are a microcosm of American history. Oceanside represents our history through diversity and immigrants by making us stronger. They put the labor in to build this society. And we are currently living in a consequential time in our nation. I ask you guys this question. With what we are living through, what side of the story do you want to be on? The communities, the families that contribute so much good, or will you side with the same ugly hate that's always plagued us? If Oceanside and our diverse community is a microcosm of all the good in our history, ICE is the manifestation of everything that is ugly about our history. Everything from the burning of the black communities in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to the Anti-Immigration Act of 1858 that championed lynchings of Mexicans, Chinese, and Filipinos, such as myself. Here in California, the militarization of police orchestrated for the mass incarceration of so many black and brown people, and the recent murder of Trey Reed. ICE reflects all of that ugly history. Even worse, Supreme Court ruled in favor of racial profiling, so it's only going to get worse. We must protect our neighbors from this hate, keep ICE out of Oceanside, and vote yes on Resolution 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin McCormack, followed by Marlo Cleveland, followed by Lynn Cecil.
My name is Kevin McCormack. I am a proud resident of Oceanside, proud Southern California native. but most proudly, I am the grandchild of undocumented immigrants. I'm here because my grandparents were hardworking people that were willing to give up the only family and culture they had ever known in order to come to America in pursuit of a better life. The exact same thing can be said of all of the immigrant communities across our country today. However, the only real difference between the immigrant communities of today and the immigrant communities of the past is that my grandparents' generation were not actively terrorized and hunted by the federal government. My grandparents didn't need to lobby their city council to pass a resolution that would help shield them from an army of federal agents who are openly violating basic freedoms guaranteed to us by the Constitution, specifically the 5th and the 14th Amendment, in case anyone needs a refresher here. I think we need to take a step back and really look at what's happening right now. We have masked federal agents speeding around our streets in unmarked cars, refusing to produce identification or a warrant while abducting mothers and fathers who are showing up to work, to court, or to drop their children off at school. We have military-grade weapons being wielded at unarmed citizens and flashbang grenades being used in broad daylight on neighborhood streets. This is happening in our backyard, and it's going to continue happening until we do something. This measure is a very small way to do something, and it is about the city and its leaders affirming a dedication to protect the people of Oceanside, but not just some of the people, all of us. What this resolution is not about is shielding those who commit crime from punishment. Spare me that. By all means, let's arrest and prosecute criminals who do real harm. The United States does a great job of that. All right? Immigration is a civil issue, however, not criminal. And even more importantly, according to ICE's own statistics,
Thank you very much. Okay, you do that one more time. I think it'll be time for a break. Marlo Cleveland, followed by Lynn Cecil, followed by Amy Fulton. Go ahead.
I'm Lynn Cecil.
Oh, there's no Marlo Cleveland? Okay, Lynn Cecil, followed by Amy Fulton, followed by Marcos Verdugo.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and council members. My name is Lynn Cecil, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution. Immigrants are our neighbors, our coworkers, and friends. They are part of what makes Oceanside vibrant and strong. Every person deserves dignity, safety, and a chance to thrive. Without this resolution, families risk being torn apart and community trust erodes. Passing this measure protects children, keeps families together, and sends a clear message that Oceanside stands for fairness and inclusion. When immigrants feel safe, they're more likely to report crimes, cooperate with law enforcement, and contribute to a healthier, stronger local economy. This is not only a moral choice, it's the practical choice for public safety and prosperity. And we all will be remembered for how we treated the most vulnerable. Tonight, you have a chance to lead with courage and compassion. Vote yes with the Community Trust Resolution and keep Oceanside a safe place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Fulton. Is Amy Fulton here? No? Okay. Marcos Verdugo, followed by Patty, followed by Susan Custer. Excuse me.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this time. I'm really bad at this. I want to vomit, but I need to say something, just pass this. You've heard the people. It's no secret. I mean, I got a minute 45. Can I make some noise for my time? I'm sorry,
sir. Sorry, sir. Excuse me. Can you please talk to the council?
Sorry,
and
Council.
could you guys please don't clap because I didn't hear what he said. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just trying to get some support. Let's just pass this. I apologize. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patty, followed by Susan C., followed by Forrest.
We need to take the emotion out of this conversation because to vote emotionally is not a valid vote.
This title of this proposal, human trust, it is false. It is sanctuary city law, and we cannot have that. Mayor, you are an attorney. You know the law. You know in front of God and all the cameras and everyone viewing you that this is not possible. This is against the highest law of the land, this resolution. Knowing this, to pass this resolution would bring shame and embarrassment mainly to you as well as to our city. It would risk the loss of federal monies, as happened to our California school district. It would favor illegals over American citizens with the Oceanside PD. It would tell Oceanside PD what they could and could not enforce, which is an insult to our Oceanside PD. You refuse to fight Sacramento when we ask you on their demands for housing as you fear their lawsuits, yet you willingly vote this resolution, which you know will cause lawsuits, be ignored by ICE, or at least cost you with withheld federal money. And those are the facts. This is nothing more than the Democratic council members building a resume for a future office, Eric, Joyce, and Jimmy. Oceanside residents, they are using you to build a false platform. You get lost in their emotional language that they code it with, but you have common sense. This does not help you. It divides our city, and it will not protect, you know, Mayor, it will not protect.
Thank you very
ICE.
much. Susan C., followed by Forrest, followed by Steve Burrell.
This is not about hate or race. This is about the law. People who have come into the country illegally. That's what this is about. Crossing the border without following the proper channel. And I am not a white supremacist, just for your information. The White House has offered $1,000, a free plane ticket, and a fast track to return to this country if they leave voluntarily. This is
okay.
Why are they allowed to make remarks to me?
I'm asking you to be respectful to every person. Please. We're going to get through this, and then we're going to have a discussion on the dais. All right? Everybody has a right to speak under the First Amendment. And I would hope that you all understand that, because that's being threatened to be taken away. So please exercise this right and respect everyone's right to speak. Thank you.
And really, the name calling is unnecessary. Thank you. And that's a lot of what's going on. Being called racist, hateful. Where's the proof? Issue some proof. I know what you said about ICE. I'm not talking about ICE. I'm talking about anyone who agrees with what I'm saying is up here speaking. All this rhetoric and name calling is ridiculous. So I'm a little off topic. The bottom line is these people were allowed to come into this country illegally. We had wide open borders. And now we're following the law. People who are here illegally are being taken out of the country, offered a pathway to citizenship, and the border is being controlled. Those are our laws. They've been our laws for a long time. So that's all we're asking, to follow the law and not to interfere with federal government. We're not here to fight, I hope, federal government. I hope the United States can be unified and the city and the state and the federal government can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Forrest, followed by Steve Burrell, followed by Pat Hartley.
I'm Forrest Lee, and I would like to start by saying that every human being, regardless of citizenship status, deserves respect. Sorry, I'm shaking. This is quite a dystopian experience. I'm a local resident, and I'm also a member of the North County Community Self-Defense Coalition and the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm in full support of the Community Trust Resolution because it will provide and equip Oceanside residents with vital safeguards from immigration enforcement operations to ensure all residents can thrive regardless of their citizenship status. I want to urge the council to vote yes to pass this resolution. I grew up here in Oceanside, and it has been absolutely gut-wrenching watching families in my community being torn apart by ICE, watching viable community members being labeled as criminals and getting kidnapped by masked agents while simply taking their kids to school or trying to provide for their families has been beyond disturbing. And knowing that this has been done largely in collaboration with the City of Oceanside makes me and my community feel incredibly unsafe. I want to emphasize that assisting the federal government in immigration enforcement is completely voluntary, and the federal government does not reimburse cities or counties for this type of collaboration. The City of Oceanside must ensure that its precious local resources are not used to harm our communities, but instead used to support us and build thriving communities. All Oceanside residents deserve to feel protected and supported by our City Council. This resolution would help to provide that safety and protection and much more, although it is not enough. This is a small step forward in building trust with everyone who calls Oceanside home, as many Oceanside families are living in fear or struggling to go on as key family members have been taken from them. The urgency of this matter and desperate need for this resolution cannot be stressed enough, so please address the concerns of your residents and vote yes on this community trust resolution.
Thank you very much. Steve Burrell, followed by Pat Hartley, followed by Michelle Sear.
Steve Burrell, Oceanside, Mayor, City Council members. I'm here and we're here because we have a humanitarian crisis, major order in this country. People are being terrorized, ripped out of their homes, families ripped apart, children terrorized, families terrorized, and we need to do something about it. You can't change the immigration system. You can't stop the deportation. But what you can do tonight is important to send a message and hopefully do something, a small step in my opinion, toward creating a safer environment in this city for everyone. It's a quality of life issue for me. Why? Because the people who do your yards, who clean your houses, farm workers who put food on the table, the people that maintain the golf courses that you golf at, all of these people create a better life here for everybody. And they deserve to have the opportunity to stay here and contribute to the quality of life here. And this includes the entrepreneurs who built their businesses and supply the food for their family and their living by doing business in this community. We need to support them. This is your opportunity to step up and do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Hartley, followed by Michelle Sear, followed by Ian Sorello.
Thank you, Council. I urge you to vote yes on this trust resolution. Jill Stein said it best, America doesn't have an immigration problem, it has a racism problem. Maybe that's an oversimplification, but think about it. People are out here protesting against ICE for human rights, for civil rights. But why are we really here? Is immigration really the cause of our problems? According to American Taxpayers for Fairness, immigrants paid $96 billion in taxes in 2022, $168 billion in 2023, but they're lazy, right? Is that what some of the people here think? They can't be lazy and paying $168 billion. So which is it? You can't have it both ways. Well, you said they're coming, they're taking your resources.
Just direct your comments to the council. Yeah. I didn't hear that.
If you don't want to be called racist, whoever that speaker was, that don't support our leaders that say racist rhetoric like everybody comes from a shithole country or they're all the Mexicans are rapists. You know, like you dehumanize. Don't say racist rhetoric and don't dehumanize people that don't look like you or not. They're not straight and white and Christian. This is a money grab, straight up. You know, we complain about no money for our communities. Well, yeah, there's no money for veterans, no money for health care, no money for education. We got plenty of money for ICE, plenty of money to send to Israel. Yeah, you laugh about it because we've been here like over a year and a half ago, and all you did was sit there and laugh and pull your forehead, Rick Robinson. Because it's boring.
Sir, please address the entire council.
Yeah. It's a money grab. Geo Group, Palantir, Civic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Michelle Sear, followed by Ian Sorello, followed by Karen Glover.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, council members. I'm Michelle Sear, Oceanside District 3 resident, and I'm thankful to you, Councilmember Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce, for bringing this community trust resolution forward and for all of your hard work on this. I really appreciate it, and I fully support it. The time is definitely now for our city to act on standing up to ICE, which has begun to devastate our immigrant communities. It's been highly traumatizing for our neighbors and friends who've witnessed ICE kidnap people of color randomly. One of my friends who lives near Emerald Street here in the Tri-City area near me saw a gardener get pulled over and taken by ICE. And soon after this happened, he learned that his own gardener had been kidnapped. He was literally shaking as he told me the story. He was so upset. People are scared to go to school, work, the grocery store, which affects our local economy in many ways, especially losing so many essential workers that contribute to our economy and our well-being in so many different ways, enriching our lives tremendously. My hope is that we can pass as many of these 9 points as possible once staff brings a report forward to protect our immigrant communities, especially given that $170 billion more will be pumped into the DHS for ICE raids this month and next month. Our country is going astray from any sense of living with democracy as we've known it. Due process appears to be virtually non-existent, especially in light of the Supreme Court decision last week, which openly allows racial profiling by officers. This is a troubling setback for civil rights and constitutional protections when it becomes part of the law to target, pull over, and arrest persons because of their skin color. Wouldn't it be great if our wonderful city of Oceanside stepped up in support of our immigrant communities to protect and support them, saying no to ICE raids here? It's time to come together to uplift all of humanity. After all, there are no different races. There's only one human race.
Ian Sorello, followed by Karen Glover, followed by Carmen.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Ian M. Sorello. I am the chairperson of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, SDIRC. I come before you today to register SDIRC's strong support to this initiative. I have a prepared speech here, but I wouldn't read it because I would like to respond to the lady earlier who said that we just need to follow the law. So I just would like to inform that lady and everyone that there is a law called SB 54, or the Values Act. It's a California law that says all jurisdictions within California should not use the resources to assist ICE in enforcement activities. And that's a law. And this resolution is actually aligned with that law. So, secondly, if you read the Immigration and Nationality Act, Section 208, by the way, I am an immigration attorney. If you read Section 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, you will see that there is a law called asylum law, that the U.S. is a signatory to asylum law.
Address your comments to the council, please.
The U.S. is a signatory to international instruments, including the asylum law. And under this asylum law, anyone who presents themselves at the border can apply, should be provided with a process to apply for asylum. And the Trump administration closing the border is actually a violation of our own laws. And in fact, we all know for a fact that Trump is the number one violator of our U.S. law. In fact, he has been convicted for
Thank you very much,
criminal
sir.
violation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Karen Glover, followed by Carmen, followed by Richard N.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I'd like to first say thank you to this beautiful group. What a nice showing. It's a human right not to live in fear. It's a human right not to live in fear. I'm an educator. I'm wearing these silly flowers in my hair right now to show my students that I love them. Thank you. I'm going to do it every day of the semester. Some of them are terrified. So part of what I do as a researcher and as a professor is I get the science to figure out what's going on. And local government and local police are going to be on the front lines. You're already on the front lines. Tonight is a front line. We have difficult decisions ahead. The community is here asking you to do the right thing with this decision that should not be difficult. It's about showing love for your community, showing love for the community you all are part of and that you love. This is a moment for you. We're here, and we expect you to rise to this moment. This vote is about love and care for the community. Please vote in favor of community trust resolution.
Thank you, Carmen, followed by Richard N., followed by Gillian Gans.
I'm going to be honest, I feel this is long overdue for our communities. This has been a long, ongoing issue in Oceanside. And I see that even today from what I saw coming into this space. When TPO happened about 2 weeks ago, there were chairs outside in the lobby. Today, there's no chairs. I don't think y'all expected so many folks in our community to come forward to show their support for this ordinance, because it's now. My name is Carmen. I'm born and raised in District 2. I'm proud to be from the O. Came back after college. From a family of immigrants, as a young child, one of the things they taught me is to treat the janitor, domestic workers, day laborers, the same respect as a CEO. You might ask why, but my parents taught me this because to see humanity in every single person, regardless of status, political beliefs, or birthplace. And today I ask you to do the same. When we're looking at history, we see that when spaces like this come together, there is change that benefits each one of y'all, regardless of where you come from. Things like women's rights movements, the American with Disabilities Act, DACA, workplace safety regulation, and environmental protections regulations. But now we're seeing the impacts of what's happening when things are being delayed and we wait until families are being ripped apart and causing generational trauma, and students being scared from K to 12, whether or not their other family member is gonna be home after school. Councilman Robinson, being born and raised in your district, particularly in TPO, you mentioned that there is no apartments in your district until Jimmy told you that there was. So the past 2 days, Cynthia and I went out to the community and asked them, and I want to let you know that your district specifically needs you more now than ever. Mayor Sanchez, I'm very surprised with all the youth that came out today. A lot of them left because it's past their bedtime, but I hope you vote yes in favor of this because they look up to you in this moment.
Thank you. Richard N., followed by Gillian Gans, followed by Diana Bailon.
Mayor Sanchez, members of the council, and the public. Democrats and leftists conflate legal immigrants with illegal immigrants. The former obey our laws, the latter do not. They are not the same and should be treated separately. Rational policy must distinguish between these two groups. I urge this body to reject this proposal. You all took an oath to the United States Constitution. Let me point out a few things. Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution created a Congress. That's the legislative branch that creates the laws. Article 2 of that document created an executive branch. That's the president, whose duty is to execute those laws set forth by Congress. Furthermore, Section 8 of Article 1 gives Congress the authority to regulate immigration. Regardless of what you think about President Trump, he is doing the right thing by enforcing the immigration laws. That is democracy. He is upholding his sworn obligations to faithfully execute the laws set forth by Congress. If his actions seem drastic, it is because his predecessors especially the inept and corrupt Joe Biden, were derelict in their duties to enforce the laws. Joe Biden let 20 million unvetted aliens into our country. The problems we have now are not the result of President Trump, but of Joe Biden. Some of the red herrings that are put forth by the Democrats are as follows. I'll mention one of them, separating families. So having children is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. American criminals, Americans that commit crimes, are separated from their children when they're incarcerated, and that only makes sense. You wouldn't send the kids to jail with the parents. So it makes perfectly good sense when parents, illegal aliens that are parents, are separated from their children and housed separately. That's proper policy. Under federalism, state and local officials do not need to enforce federal law. That's true. But the obstruction of federal enforcement or providing support for illegal aliens through the various means in this proposal are a betrayal to the United States, its laws, and its citizens. Do the right thing and reject this proposal. Those of you who support this proposal are willfully obstructing federal law.
Thank you. Jillian Gans, followed by Diana Bailon, followed by Leo Chapinski.
My name is Jillian Gans, and I have lived here in North County, San Diego my whole life. I'm here tonight to urge you guys to vote yes on the item that introduced by Councilmember Jimmy Figueroa and Deputy Mayor Joyce. This is important to me because everybody deserves dignity and safety regardless of their immigration status. The City of Oceanside has the responsibility to ensure that all Oceansiders' rights are protected and upheld. Under this new administration, several Oceanside families have already been torn apart by the increase in immigration enforcement operations. We anticipate an even larger increase in immigration enforcement operations within our city due to the upcoming implementation of H.R. 1, which supercharges the deportation machine and funnels $170 billion into tearing families apart, and our city cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. We must act. The City of Oceanside has a responsibility to pass local policies that ensure the well-being of all city residents, regardless of immigration status. Due process is for everyone. Now is the time for Oceanside City Council to act and be bold. You, as our local leaders, have the responsibility and the power to protect immigrant residents who are a part of our very fabric of this community. Tonight, we are asking you not just to vote, but to lead with courage and to stand on the side of justice and to show every immigrant in this city that they belong and will be defended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diana Bailon, followed by Leo Chapinski, followed by L.J. Martinez. Okay, Diana Bailon is not here. Leo Chapinski, followed by L.J. Martinez, followed by Simon Guzman.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. You know, you're going to do whatever you want to do, so it really doesn't matter. It's not going to make me lose any sleep in my car tonight. Our system's been broken for over 50 years with regards to immigration. We had the Bracero program, and that fell apart because of greed of the people who own things here. And now one president did mass deportation in my life, not my lifetime, but in somewhere in the 1800s. He used a railroad, and had about 30 or 40 cars, filled them up with illegal aliens, and took them across the border. I don't remember what president that was. Someone brought up Jesus. I like that. Jesus is good, because the Pharisees and the Sadducees asked him the same question. You mean that we don't have to pay taxes to Caesar? And Jesus said, oh, yeah, they're the law. You pay taxes. Well, the law here happens to be the American law that we fought and died for in the Revolution, the Civil War, the Mexican-American War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Even today, somewhere in the world, some of my friends are fighting wars you don't even know about yet. The bottom line is the law, the Supreme Court, and that law that we have today has to be followed. It must be followed. Now, I do agree with the public awareness of Oceanside residents, due process rights underneath the Constitution, whether you be legally here or a permanent resident alien. I also believe that a lot of our young folks could serve in the military, like all those that come from the Philippines and come from Samoa and Japan and Australia and Guam. They come here and they serve in our Air Force, Army, Navy, and Marines, and after their 6 years is over with, they become U.S. citizens. I think that's great. I think that's wonderful. And yes, I'm a mutt, I'll admit. I'm English, Irish, German, Polish, between 1629 and 1800. Okay, fine. But guess what? We married into the Italian, Greek, and Russian families. My godfather's Italian. Then we married into the African, Asian, and Islander groups. And by 2000, we're a melting pot. But guess what? We speak
Thank you very
English,
much.
and we serve our country.
Thank you. LJ Martinez, followed by Simon Guzman, followed by Michelle Krug.
Hi, everyone. Fun fact, my great-grandfather was a bracero. He passed away in 2015, and I'm bringing his support and his spirit here with me today. My name is Yemi. I'm a renter and worker in Oceanside. I'm also a human rights advocate. It's important to me to voice today that it's our moral duty to preserve equal protection under the law for everyone, regardless of race, sex, and migratory status. It is imperative that we defend the due process of every single human being. For decades, we have witnessed and documented human rights violations here in Oceanside. And as you can see, our community gathered today to show you that we are not alone in wanting protections for every Osider. We want you to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution because you won your seat to serve us and to be faithful to defending our constitutional rights. Many are counting on you today to do the right thing. Our businesses, nonprofits, churches, schools, public spaces, our infrastructure, and our livelihoods will suffer if we don't protect our working class. Regardless of what you may believe, the good narrative or the bad narrative of what it means to be a displaced human, the bottom line is we all deserve dignity, due process, and equal protection under the law. Today, we ask you to take a step in the right direction. We ask that you do not vote against your constituents, and remember that our youth came out today and are looking to us for peace, fairness, and intentional leadership. And to our youth, I hope our youth will remember today that they are not alone, and that together we can make a difference to preserve our human dignity and lives. Today, we plant the seeds for dignity, and we hope Oceanside will continue to nourish our neighbors and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Guzman, followed by Michelle Krug, followed by William Rodriguez Kennedy.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Simon Guzman. I use pronouns like he, him, and él. I want to share with you, I'm an adult now whose earliest memories are not of going to slumber parties or going to the park. My earliest memories are of knowing my dad was going to be deported and having to live through that. And it breaks my heart to know that there's kids that are going through that experience right now because I know what that feels like, and no kid should have to go through that, especially in our city with how far we've come. So I'm here today in support of this policy and urge you to support and vote yes as well. Because as a local governing body, you have the power to pass this resolution, to address the concerns of your constituents who are locally impacted here in your neighborhoods and in your districts. With all due respect, you are politicians. And as politicians, even though we don't have kind of skewed examples nowadays, you're supposed to serve us, your community. And this is a really well-written resolution that makes sure that there are procedures for OPD to improve the transparency and provide community education and clarity on the role of OPD. It allows for funding allocations for families like mine who go through crisis moments and need that kind of support just for a little bit of time because your whole world gets torn upside down. The FOIA requests help families, legal teams, open up channels for communications for families who are immune disease compromised, who have disabilities, who are pregnant, who need access to life-saving medication. The Know Your Rights material, not just having it on a website and translate it into majority Spanish, but also to Filipino and Chinese immigrants who also make up a large percentage of our community here. So I urge you to support this because the 10th Amendment, the Constitution supports the ability for a resolution. Our state law supports the Constitution. All of us are united here. This is not on the city manager, the police, just you alone. It's all of us working together in this moment and not bowing down. And we set the precedent for the future.
Thank you. Michelle Krug, followed by William Rodriguez Kennedy, followed by Angel.
Hi, I am Michelle Krug, and I want to be very clear. I am absolutely here to fight this federal government, against this federal government. The Oceanside Police Department works for this city council and mayor. They don't get to decide what they think is correct policy. They are employees of the people that are paying their taxes to give them a job. The immigrants are those that are growing our food, picking our food, doing all the other things that have been mentioned, but immigrants are also our researchers that are coming up with cancer cures. Immigrants are also our doctors, our professors, our teachers of our children. This is such an interwoven part of every part of our society. This is the moment to make this choice. Which side are you on? I really hope you will be choosing to side with compassion and humanitarianism. Please choose the right side.
Thank you very much. William Rodriguez Kennedy, followed by Angel, followed by M. Callie.
Good evening, council members. My name is Will Rodriguez Kennedy. I'm a Marine veteran, and I should say in full transparency, I am the chair of the San Diego County Democratic Party. I wanted to thank Deputy Mayor Joyce and Councilmember Figueroa for bringing forward this important effort to protect our immigrant communities. The party does support this initiative, but I want to emphasize that this is actually very nonpartisan, one that transcends politics and focuses on justice and human dignity. It's ironic that we gather here today under a sign that says liberty. Liberty is described by Merriam-Webster's as the quality or state of being free, including freedom from arbitrary government restraint. Without measures like these, our immigrant neighbors live in fear of unwarranted detention on city grounds, denied the freedom of due process, and contradicting our core principles. This is also a constitutional matter. The 5th and 14th Amendments guarantee due process for everyone, and the Supreme Court has affirmed that every citizen, even non-citizens, are protected against arbitrary detention. Each of you have sworn an oath not only to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, but also to support and defend the Constitution of the state of California. This effort is the execution of that oath. Madam Mayor, as an attorney and a leader committed to justice, I urge you to support this effort. Your expertise can help us uphold these values that we all share, liberty and safety. It is important that we make sure that we bolster our public safety, because when people live in fear, they don't report crimes. It makes it harder for police officers to do their job. This is a public safety matter as well. So I hope that you'll choose the right side and that you'll vote to support this initiative. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Angel, followed by M. Callie, followed by Michael R.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Angel Ortiz. I've been a resident of the Crown Heights neighborhood in Oceanside District 1 for 26 years. At the age of 2, my parents brought me to the United States to provide our family with a better opportunity in life. I am documented and I am unafraid. Soy inmigrante. To some, I am a dreamer. To others, I am a criminal for graduating Oceanside High School with honors, graduating the University of California, Santa Cruz with a double major in politics and legal studies, and returning to serve my community of Oceanside as a commissioner, government employee, and community leader. I come from a family of farm workers and laborers. Every vacation from elementary school up until my university career, I worked in the agricultural farm, picking and packing produce for the American people. During COVID-19, while everyone was able to collect unemployment and work from home, my parents and family members were risking their lives chingándole en la pizca to assure that the American people would have food on their table during the worldwide pandemic. Pobre de sus madres to those who dehumanize the hands that feed you. Growing up, I would hear my mother and family say, no vayan a salir porque está la migra afuera. At an early age, I witnessed the tragedy of seeing our family and community members be picked up by la migra while buying a meal for their family at the lonchera or on their way to work. Today, la migra continues to come into our neighborhood, unjustly detain our community members, and separate families without cause. Mayor Sanchez and council members, I'm here to ask you to protect the people of Oceanside from injustice, family separations, and acts of prejudice. Our children and family do not belong in cages. Our community members do not have to live in fear of being detained, even if they are citizens. And our hardworking immigrant families are not criminals. Mayor Sanchez and council members, I trust that you value basic human rights for all. And if this item is not passed, then take this as my resignation as my role of commissioner in the City of Oceanside Community Relations Commission, because I refuse to be a colleague and constituent to those who disregard our immigrant community.
M. Callie, followed by Michael R., followed by Ann Fraser.
My name is M. Callie. I'm a 13-year Oceanside resident, currently in District 2. You may know me from my advocacy of safe school sites here in Oceanside. What you may not know is that I was raised by a Chinese immigrant. He moved here to practice medicine, and he did his entire life, becoming board certified in 3 practices. Safety matters to me. Mass terrorists kidnapping our community members is not safe for anyone. After a raid that occurred in Oceanside, I was able to locate one of these kidnappers. He was illegally parked on Canyon in the bike lane. He was posted up with his little blankie and neck pillow after ripping a child from their parent. He was parked illegally in our community in a busy bike lane. OPD, they weren't able to identify this individual who was parked illegally, but we, the community patrol and rapid response team, we were able to. Your support of this measure means supporting individuals such as myself who are focused on keeping this community safe from mass unidentifiable individuals. I know that's not in the interest of OPD. Do what you can to make this community safer. Please support Measure 19. Vote yes on this community resolution.
Thank you. Michael R., followed by Ann Fraser, followed by Benjamin Prado.
Mayor, can I respectfully wait until Jimmy comes back?
Ann Fraser, are you here? I think you were gone, right?
Thank
Sorry.
you. My name is Mrs. Ann Fraser. I'm a proud American citizen. On September the 17th, 1787, the Founding Fathers signed the U.S. Constitution. For over 200 years, the Constitution has served as the supreme law of the land. The Constitution, along with the Bill of Rights and other amendments, define our government and guarantee our rights. Each year on September 17, thank you for bringing this today. This is Citizenship and Constitution Day. We celebrate it. I encourage Americans to reflect on the rights and the responsibility of citizenship and what it means to be a U.S. citizen. The United States Citizenry and Immigration Services encourages Americans to take out this citizenship right. I recognize people who are taking steps to become U.S. citizens. To help them prepare, the USCIS offers study resources for the civics and English portion of the naturalization interview and test. 40 years ago, this is what I did. I was raised in Australia for 20 years, and then I lived in Canada. When I came and wanted to come to this country, I did not step one toe on the soil without asking the United States of America whether they would welcome me as an American citizen, and they did.
Thank
you.
you.
The Constitution and rights and responsibility of citizenship is important in the United States. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Benjamin Prado, followed by Flower. Waiting for Jimmy to come back.
Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Benjamin Prado. I am here on behalf of the U.S.-Mexico Border Program, the American Friends Service Committee. And we're here to register our support for this resolution. But beyond the resolution, I think it is important to really look at this question of human migration within its proper historical context. There's no time in history where people have not migrated. And that's important for us to recognize. In fact, somebody came up here providing some kind of history lesson. And we remember, we have a historical memory as well, that this continent was populated for more than 13,000 years by indigenous nations and indigenous civilizations. And I look around the room, and that indigenous civilizations are still here. And one of the important pieces of that history is to recognize that, the very foundation of this country initially did not recognize indigenous peoples of this land, did not recognize African people who were forcibly kidnapped and brought here to create massive amounts of wealth for a very tiny minority. And one thing that is fundamentally important for us also to recognize about that history is that we didn't cross the border, that the border crossed us. And this resolution is what is just a very one of the first steps that is needed in order for there to be justice. Because we also remember that slavery was legal. It's not a question of legality, it's a question of justice. And it's a question of what side of justice or what side will you choose. Legality that has criminalized those brave people that every day get up, regardless of being terrorized by this nation.
Thank you.
To work 2 or 3
Thank you.
jobs just
Flower,
to pay them.
Alvarez, Lopez, followed by Michael R.
For the record, my name is Flower Alvarez Lopez, representing Universidad Popular. Good evening, Madam Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Joyce, and City Council members. I have the privilege of serving as Universidad Popular's co-director. Proudly based in North County, San Diego, I would like to register our support for agenda item number 19, the Community Trust Resolution. We submitted a formal letter of support via email on Monday, September 15th, which I hope you all received. Universidad Popular is a community-based organization rooted in North County, San Diego. We specialize in popular education, using it as a tool to reach and uplift the most vulnerable members of our community. Guided by a commitment to human rights and dignity, we work to build a brighter future for the next generations through a variety of approaches. Our work is deeply embedded in the fabric of North County, along the communities we serve. My dad was born in Oceanside. He grew up in Mesa Margarita, and my family owns the Anita's restaurant here in Oceanside. We see this resolution as an important step in building a bridge between impacted communities and local government. Too often, our communities are labeled as immigrants, even though our ancestors have been on this continent since time immemorial. Our ancestors did not arrive on the Mayflower, and it's this erasure of our history that makes this issue seem complicated when it's not. The reality is our communities face daily under this political climate is not up for debate. This resolution recognizes the disabling effects of detention and deportation on families. Its purpose is simple: steps to make support crisis relief a basic need for support to support impacted families, while also requiring the city to seek accountability and transparency in Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael R., followed by Erica Ellis, followed by Elena.
Good evening. Eric, we learned about your attitude towards our country when you referred to our border as imaginary. Can you believe that? He actually believes our border is imaginary. And here he sits on our council pretending to represent us. You obviously don't respect our border, Eric. In fact, I don't think you respect our country. What kind of country would you have without borders? You obviously don't care. My grandparents came to Oceanside over 100 years ago, legally from Canada. I was born right up the street 84 years ago. When did you come here, Eric? You're not an Oceansider. You're an outsider. You don't even own a house here. You have no right to paint the rest of us with a traitor's brush. What about you, Jimmy? You ask us to commit treason, asking us to work against a legally constituted law.
Hey!
Asking us to
First Amendment.
Asking us to
All right, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's take a 5-minute break. You can resume. Let's go ahead and resume.
Mayor, may I respectfully request that you give me back a little of my time since I was rudely interrupted?
We'll give you back. It looks like you have 49 seconds left. How about a minute and a half?
That's very, very generous. Thank you. So before I was rudely interrupted, I was saying that that to commit, you're asking us, Jimmy and Eric, you're asking us to commit treason because asking us to work against a legally constituted government law enforcement arm is surely treason. This proposal does not represent our values. We love our country and want to preserve and protect it for our grandchildren. I know that you are well-intentioned, Jimmy and Eric. Eric couldn't take the heat. I want to ask you, and Eric and Jimmy, and I wish I could ask Eric, what will happen when our bleeding hearts run dry? When will we have no more blood to bleed for our families, for our countrymen, for our future? Please do not pass this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Ellis, followed by Elena, followed by Graham Fraser.
I'm Dr. Erica Ellis, and I'm here on behalf of Pilgrim Church in support of the Community Trust Resolution. I'd like to just touch on 3 specifics in that resolution that would be particularly instrumental and why. So firstly, the usage of a warrant, the necessity of a warrant, in order for ICE agents to be on non-public property. Because as it's been mentioned, just existing as an undocumented individual is just a civil offense. So you wouldn't be able to get a warrant for that. It's not punishable by time in prison, and it's certainly not punishable by death. And yet Silverio Gonzalez was shot fatally by ICE agents just earlier this week. So his 2 sons will have to live without their father, without their dad. And along with being unjust, it's also wrong. We're obligated morally to ensure that that doesn't happen in our community. And you've heard a lot of pleas to think about how children feel about this situation. But if that's not sufficient to convince anyone, you should think about the optics of whether or not you pass this bill and what it would look like for you if someone were killed in those similar circumstances in your neighborhood. Further, I'd like to touch on protecting city officials and contractors from being forced to share information with ICE. This is the only conscientious choice because ICE agents are woefully undertrained. They have to train for 5 months, and on ICE.gov, that curriculum includes baton techniques and firearm handling, but there's no mention of de-escalation or of cultural context or of ethics. They have a few weeks of Spanish training, and maybe after that, they'd be able to tell the difference between someone asking for a lawyer and someone threatening them, but probably not. So because of this...
Thank you very much. Elena, followed by Graham Fraser, followed by Victor Mendoza.
Again, good evening, Mayor Sanchez and members. My name is Elena, a plus 30-year resident of Oceanside. I'm here as a member of San Diego Organizing Project, a multi-ethnic, multi-faith 401c3. I have strong feelings about the democratic process that allows us to stand here, and I'm glad to be a part of it. That we are able to speak and be heard by our city government and respectfully listen and interpret your responses was the dream of the men who crafted the Constitution and the Declaration. I understand the gravity of fear about federal funding cuts from city budgets, and not only from the City of Oceanside. I know it looks bleak, but I believe we need to put our faith into action, because by endorsing this resolution is a humanitarian action. Our Creator wants us to show Him that we believe and have faith that by doing His will, He will show us favor. Please support this resolution because you believe in Oceanside.
Thank you. Graham Fraser, followed by Victor Mendoza, followed by Tazeen. Is Graham Fraser here? Oh, there you are. I feel you sometimes. Victor Mendoza, followed by Tazeen, followed by David Ayala.
I'm a 50-year resident of Oceanside, originally from Australia, and a legal immigrant here. I've employed hundreds of people, done quite a few major civic projects, and I strongly oppose this resolution for the following reason. We are still a country of laws and not of men. If there was no laws, it'd be anarchy. And the superior law here is the federal law. People that have broken the federal law by crossing the border illegally have committed a crime. Simple as that. You may not believe that, but that's our law. And so what's happening today is that the situation where I believe something like 20 million people were allowed to cross the border illegally, and because there was an open thing. Now, I might add, why are they being allowed to stay here ahead of the several million people that are actually in the queue with the Department of Immigration? And the Department of Immigration is working to get those people in here legally. But no, we've got to jump the line, and that's okay. It's not the American way, not my way either. Residents, there seems to be a misunderstanding between the rights of a resident and the rights of a citizen. I have a passport here that says I'm an American citizen. And so, is that a bad thing? That's a bad thing to some people here. Okay, got it? So that's pretty much my line, is that follow the law. You're not the law. You're not the king and the queen here to have your own little kingdom and decide what the law of Oceanside is going to be.
Thank you.
It's a federal law.
Victor Mendoza, followed by Tazeen, followed by David Ayala.
Okay. Hello, my name is Victor Mendoza, an Oceanside resident born and raised in Pozole, and a proud child of immigrants. I'm here tonight to show my full support for the Community Trust Resolution. My own family's story is tied to this city. My mother, since the age of 13, was detained and deported multiple times here in Oceanside, yet she always found her way back because of her love for this city. But what I also know is that our neighborhood, Esther Sanchez, has been targeted and terrorized. Many of our neighbors live in fear. Some are still traumatized of the events on Buena Street. These are not distant stories. These are the realities for the families in every district here in Oceanside. This resolution comes from us, the community. It was driven by the community and made for the community. We as residents, neighbors, as families, did this work for you. You have to now do work on your end. And I as well want to remind you that these seats you hold, these titles you carry, you did not earn them by yourselves. We gave them to you. The people voted you in to these positions. And just as something can be given to you, it can be taken away. So I urge you to pass this resolution and stand on the side of the communities that are being affected. Please, and thank you.
Thank you. Tazeen, followed by David Ayala, followed by Delia Molina Rivera.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tazeen Nizam, and I'm here representing the Muslim community, and I also represent Council on American Islamic Relations, the San Diego office. I am a naturalized U.S. citizen. I've been for the past 25 years. I've enjoyed many rights living in any part of the country, any part of the city I choose to, walking around, driving around the country, and I've run for office, and most importantly, my right to vote. But since the beginning of this administration, I feel like I no longer have those rights. I now travel with my passport card all the time. And it's not because I want to travel on a whim internationally. It's because I'm afraid. I am truly afraid of being illegally detained and deported without any recourse. I am afraid of that because I am a brown woman walking around in my hijab. ICE is a rogue agency. It does not follow federal law. It does not even follow court orders when given to it. So that's why we do not belong. These agencies do not belong in our city. Oceanside resources should be used for Oceanside beneficially. It's not to be used for any harm coming to Oceanside residents. Oceanside police, Oceanside property should never be allowed to be used by ICE agencies, which is an agency which terrorizes Oceanside residents, creates havoc, and destroys the peace of Oceanside city members. Raids homes, raids workplaces, and also no longer are places of worship safe from ICE agencies. Such an agency should not be allowed to wreak havoc in your city. Ms. Mayor and Ms. Council members, your responsibility, you owe allegiance to the citizens of Oceanside, and your responsibility calls to protect them today and always from any agency, including a rogue agency like ICE, a federal agency which does not follow federal laws.
Thank you. David Ayala, followed by Delia Molina Rivera, followed by Kimberly.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me? Honorable Mayor, City Councilmen and women, my name is David Ayala. I was born and raised here in Oceanside and a proud son of 2 immigrant parents. As a native to Oceanside, the beauty of our city is its diversity. That diversity is to be protected. I'd like to thank Deputy Joyce and Figueroa for bringing this to vote and for standing with the people that voted you into office. Thank you for representing us. To the other council members around the table, you guys were elected into office, stand and represent us as the people. Your duty is to us and to the law. You have a tough decision to make as representatives, and observing your body languages throughout the rest of the night, I fear that our voices are falling on deaf ears. Some may have already come in with preconceptions and closed their hearts and their minds to the voices of people that are standing here, taking their time, their lives, to express a concern for safety that needs to be addressed. If the federal state isn't providing that protection for us, we look to others that we voted into office to protect our rights. And if you guys as office members do not stand for those rights, we the people will. Thank you.
Thank you. Delia Molina Rivera, followed by Kimberly, followed by Beth, who I think is the last person.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio de la ciudad de Oceanside. Mi nombre es Delia Molina Rivera.
Good evening, council members. My name is Delia Molina Rivera.
Y estoy ejerciendo mi derecho a poder hablar en mi idioma materno, el cual amo. Y bueno, quiero dejarles saber que he sido un residente de aquí de la ciudad de Oceanside y del norte del condado por más de 30 años.
I'm using my First Amendment right to speak in the language that I choose, my maternal language. I am been a resident of Oceanside and of North County for over 30 years.
Al igual que mi familia, quien ha vivido aquí en Oceanside por más de 50 años.
Like my family who's lived here for more than 50 years.
Mi padre, Juan Michel López.
Her father, my grandpa, Juan Michel López.
Él sirvió en las Fuerzas Armadas.
Was able to serve in the military.
Y fue propietario de casa aquí en Oceanside por más de 50 años también.
Was able to own a house here in the city.
Y pues como miembro de la comunidad y también como una persona que vivió en carne propia una deportación de el padre de mis hijos.
And as someone who experienced having a deportation and by the father of my children.
Y que me ha tocado ver todas las consecuencias que este suceso trajo en la vida de mis hijos y cómo ellos han tenido que sobrevivir todos estos años, casi 20 años.
And the impacts and consequences that had on my children that they had to live with for over 20 years.
Estoy aquí para apoyar 100% esta propuesta y pedirles que en su corazón, más que como miembros del concilio o más que como ciudadanos de este lugar, como seres humanos que son con ese corazón que tienen tan grande, lleno de amor hacia su prójimo, pongan por favor todo ese amor en pasar esa propuesta.
And I'm here to urge you as council members who are human beings and who have hearts to lean into that and vote in support of this policy.
Para hablar por parte de otra madre de familia que recientemente ha pasado el mismo proceso que nosotros pasamos.
I also wanted to speak on behalf of a mother who recently was detained.
Y que su esposo fue detenido únicamente por tener un color de piel oscura.
And whose husband was also detained because of his status and the color of his skin.
Sin haber cometido ningún crimen.
Without having committed a crime.
Y por lo cual la familia está sufriendo enormemente, especialmente sus hijos.
Now their family is suffering gravely, and especially their kids.
En nombre de esta familia también vengo a pedirles que por favor pasen esa propuesta. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you. Kimberly, followed by Beth B.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly, and I am a resident from Oceanside District 1. I urge you to vote yes on the Community Trust Resolution during tonight's City Council meeting. You can unify the community in passing this resolution. Your community has been asking for this for months. This is the basic protections that the community needs. This is an important step forward in building trust with everyone who calls Oceanside a home, and this is desperately needed at this moment. Other cities have responded with tangible actions and not just posting on social media. This is your opportunity to follow with that tangible action. It is time for us to stand up for our community. You can implement this resolution and make a direct impact on the community. Remember, your vote is a public record, y te pido que votes sí en la resolución de confianza comunitaria.
All right, and Beth B, the last person. Is Beth B here? Looks like no. Okay. All right. So the council is now going to be discussing. Let me remind you that this is the first chance that we've been able to talk to each other about this, other than the two council members who are bringing this forward. I.e., none of this has been discussed with the other council members. I am urging that we make sure, and we'll be taking each one separately. Each one separately. I urge us here to consider what we can do to get a 5-0 vote. It may not be exactly this, but certainly this is a time for us to discuss. Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion to move all 9 forward at one time.
All right. Councilmember Figueroa.
I would second that. I want to go through, because I want to provide clear expectations of what we're actually proposing. What we are proposing was done in collaboration and talking to community groups, members of the community, and was shared with our city manager's office, our city attorney's office, our chief of police. What we are proposing is moderate. It's practical. It's objective. It's actionable, and it's also compliant within state and federal law. Some of it reemphasizes SB 54, but this gives us the opportunity to actually have it in writing. So I'm going to go ahead and read what's actually being proposed so everyone has a clear expectation of what's being proposed. So I'll start with item number 1, Know Your Rights information. It will be the policy of the city to display Know Your Rights information in English, Spanish, and other predominant languages spoken in the community in all city buildings accessible and visible to the public. The city will display a Know Your Rights section in the city's official website, including community resources and small business resources similar to the City of San Diego. 1.2, access to city-owned property. It will be the policy of the city that federal immigration authorities and federal law enforcement personnel are not granted access to non-public areas of city-owned or city-controlled properties without a judicial warrant, unless such access is otherwise required by state and federal law, necessary to respond to a hot pursuit, imminent threat to life, or public safety, and as determined under a narrowly tailored policy adopted by the city manager or part of a pre-scheduled inspection pursuant to regulatory authority. The proposed action is to increase visibility of signage prohibiting non-city personnel from entering city-owned, city-controlled properties, Send a formal legal memo via email to all city staff outlining the policies and procedures concerning this policy. Provide training to staff, supervisors, managers, and directors on procedures. Also, email a similar memo to all contractors who work regularly inside city-owned or city-controlled properties, such as our janitorial staff, informing them of the same policy. Updating contracts. Future city contracts to include clauses prohibiting contractors from disclosing sensitive, personal, non-public information to federal immigration enforcement agencies, and from providing data brokerage and surveillance directly and indirectly to such agencies, unless otherwise required by state and federal law, and not to be retroactive. Collection and sharing of personal information. No city agency or department will inquire into, collect, or disclose information regarding an individual's immigration or citizenship status, unless otherwise required by state and federal law. Sensitive or personal data collected by the city will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies, directly or indirectly, unless otherwise required by state and federal law. Again, reemphasizing SB 54. OPD's participation in federal enforcement. Direct staff to publish official procedures for Oceanside Police Department when responding to calls for mutual aid of any federal agency conducting immigration enforcement. If the Oceanside Police Department provides mutual aid or operational support to a federal agency conducting an immigration enforcement action, it will be the policy of the city to issue a public statement. The names of all law enforcement agencies, a summary of the city's role, participation of the number of OPD units and number of officers, and if any enforcement was taken. Public statements will share information as available unless otherwise prohibited by law. It will be the policy of the city that funds, property, staff, or resources will not be used to investigate, interrogate, or arrest persons for immigration enforcement purposes unless otherwise required by state law. Participate in immigration enforcement operations, except as required for maintaining the peace. The city manager will provide an annual summary report to the number of occurrences Oceanside Police Department responds to call for mutual aid and staff time allocated to these calls. Supporting street vendors and day laborers. Direct staff to designate and train neighborhood resource center locations and staff to assist individuals in the submission of vending permit applications and to provide access to know your rights information and materials related to state and local legal protections, included but not limited to those concerning immigrant rights, labor protections, and street vending regulations. Direct city to select and partner with qualified local community-based organizations to assist with dissemination of this information and available resources on a quarterly basis. Community support funding. Direct city to allocate funding for fiscal year 25-26 to a selected community-based organization to administer crisis relief case management, mental health support, and basic needs stabilization, including food, housing, and utility support. Only accessible for immediate family members impacted by immigration detention or deportation. Grant funds will be dispersed to the grantee on a cost reimbursement basis. And last, the FOIA request. Direct the city to create a plan for filing a Freedom of Information Act request with the FOIA office on behalf of the city when requested by the immediate family of a person who has been detained or deported within the city of Oceanside. Limit one FOIA request per individual case. And that's it.
Okay. We do have, we are going to also hear from Councilmember Robinson and Councilmember Weiss. I want to first start, I usually wait till the very end, but I do want to start now. I was supposed to bring something forward, and I had already spoken with Eric Joyce. And when I mentioned that I was meeting with the mayor, Todd Gloria, who had actually called to convene a meeting with mayors and with their police chiefs, somehow this got expedited. But that's fine, because now we're here and we can talk about this. I have been fighting for immigrant rights and civil rights since 1974. I have been doing this basically all my adult life. I am daughter of an immigrant, and my dad came to Oceanside in the 30s. My mom came to Oceanside in the 50s. They were farm workers. And yeah, I had a lot of family that had problems with immigration. And the thing that is happening now is the worst that I've ever seen. Or maybe not, because if you were here in the 90s, you know that when Pete Wilson was the governor, he went out all out attacking immigrants in California. If you all remember 187 and 227, and you remember seeing the signs of families running across the freeways. And I was actually an immigration lawyer first when I first got out of law school. And then I became a deputy public defender. And as a deputy public defender, I had to also advise my clients of the potential consequences of a conviction on their immigration status. And probably some of the same laws that applied then still apply now. If you voluntarily agree to deportation, to lawfully be able to petition to be in the country, you'd have to wait 10 years outside of the country and then apply for legalization. What we need more than anything, and that has not been addressed, is we need a path towards citizenship. We need, and City of Escondido, to their credit, they wrote a letter, or they agreed to send a letter, and sent it to all of their federal representatives requesting that we need this reform and that we need to have a path towards citizenship. And that is mostly a Republican council. So when I say that we need to find unity here on the dais, I don't believe that should be hard. I really, really don't. We have been, in our city, we have been very, very celebratory over our diversity here in Oceanside. We have been celebrating our diversity. So with all due respect to you all and the way you've approached this, you've almost wanted to make an enemy here, which really was not necessary. Really was not. I understand the frustration. I probably have had that frustration a lot longer than most of you. All right? I've been there. I worked for the United Farm Workers. I worked at community-based organizations on this very topic. I even did it during college, when they were convincing people to go from Columbia, go on a boat to New York, and then end up in Rhode Island working the textile mills. And guess what would happen on Fridays? They'd call INS and it'd be a raid, and everybody was rounded up. So the work continues. And as to now, the first thing that somebody asked me was, can you take ICE out of Oceanside? And we don't have authority over the feds. We don't even have authority over the state of California. Otherwise, we would be doing something about SB 79, which we all here hate in Oceanside. So I am going to be bifurcating the question here and going one by one, because I have some really great news for you all. The City of Oceanside has done almost, as to the first 6, has almost done everything on this list. As to number 1, the city will actively disseminate Know Your Rights information, including a website. And we've been doing that since June. Since June, our city has been doing that. Our city has a website. We need to get the word out. But we can't advertise it. Advertising it is like telling people, okay, this is where we're all gathered. Come on down, right? Come on down and arrest us or detain us. That's not how it's going to happen here in the City of Oceanside, because we care about our communities here. So that has already been done, and the website is multi-language. So it's not just one. And right now it's in Spanish and English, but certainly we can put it in other languages. Number 2, prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas of city-owned or city-controlled properties without a judicial warrant. That's already the law. And I have spoken to several mayors. I spoke with Sean Elo Rivera, who actually was the one that drafted the due process and safety ordinance. You know, I asked him about that. I said, oh, is that happening in San Diego? Well, no, it's not happening in San Diego, but it might. And, you know, I get that people are concerned about it. It's actually for employees, right? People are wanting to support this because they're concerned about our employees and whether or not they're documented or undocumented. Our city employees are actually all having to sign that they are able to work here, the City of Oceanside. But this is actually the law. So we are abiding by the law. And can I ask, city manager, are we following the law as with respect to item number 2?
Honorable Mayor and council members, yes, we do. Most of our areas are secure from those non-members. Non-employees are not allowed to freely walk about our offices or our secured areas. And so it would be, I could not see a situation where a law enforcement official would be walking into a secure area that we already have locked outside of some other judicial process they may have in place with respect to a warrant or something to that effect.
All right. And I'm going down the line, by the way. So the next one is future city contracts to include clauses prohibiting contractors from disclosing sensitive, personal, or non-public information to federal immigration enforcement agencies unless otherwise required by state or federal law. That is another statement of the law that we are abiding by. Mr. Burke, is this something that we are consistently abiding by the law?
Yeah, we do not disclose confidential or sensitive information presently, and staff would support a statement in future contracts that essentially mirrors this language, that any non-personal information that was collected would not be disclosed unless otherwise required by state or federal law.
Right. Item number 4, sensitive or personal data collected by the city will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies directly or indirectly unless otherwise required by state or federal law. Have we ever shared any information, or are we even collecting data?
I mean, collecting data is a difficult question, but we're not collecting immigration status data unless we're specifically required by state or federal law. And then that's in the specific context of state or federal law.
And have we ever shared that data with federal immigration enforcement agencies, to your knowledge?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
5. I'm sorry, I'm still speaking, sorry.
I was going to make a motion so you could extend your time because you're almost out of time.
Okay. I get to be the chair, so I get to do that.
Oh, cool. Maybe we can all have. Can I make a motion to remove the 10-minute time limit off of all of us up here?
Let me just finish speaking, okay? I think we were on number 5, right? Okay, number 5, direct staff to publish official procedures for Oceanside Police Department when responding to calls for mutual aid of any federal agency conducting immigration enforcement. Mr. Borrego, are we doing that already?
Honorable Mayor and council members, there are procedures in place to speak to compliance with SB 54, which speaks to this item, I believe.
Right, and in fact, our chief, Torino Valdovinos, the first Latino chief, by the way, in the city of Oceanside, did a news release early on June 13th, 2025, quote, The Oceanside Police Department is aware that federal immigration enforcement agencies have recently conducted immigration-related operations within Oceanside. We recognize that these activities have raised public concern regarding the role of local law enforcement in such efforts. I want to reaffirm that the Oceanside Police Department remains fully committed to complying with state law, including SB 54. Which prohibits local law enforcement from participating in immigration enforcement. Our department has consistently followed and will continue to follow all applicable state laws. That was back on June 13th, 2025. I believe it hit the news, and so hopefully you were able to catch that our chief did that pretty much very, very early. The number 7 directs city to designate neighborhood resource centers as support centers for day laborers and street vendors to provide support with the lawful submission of vending permit applications. With all due respect, I cannot support that. We have one person that works at each of these resource centers. They are heavily contacted and relied upon by community members seeking help. And I think what the worst thing about it would be is that it would target these Latino neighborhoods by ICE. So this is something that I think is contraindicated. There is no way. I know that for street vendors, we have an average of 4 applications because unfortunately, most of the street vendors that we have aren't applying. And the first thing, especially for a county permit, which is you need to have that before you can get a license from the city. Number 8. Direct city to allocate funding for fiscal year 2025-2026 to a selected CBO to administer crisis relief case management and basic needs stabilization. I've been meeting with community members and with, as I said, other cities. I know that this was not included in the Elo Rivera due process and safety ordinance. Nor was it included in the Encinitas one, and nor will any of the cities be able to provide money to it. What we are all talking about, and for Oceanside, we don't distinguish as to what is the reason why you need help. We actually have programs for food. We have food distribution. We also have counseling programs. In fact, one of the Lifeline, that's a contract that we have, went out to one of the places that would serve the warrant and offered assistance, went knocking and left their cards on every single door there. We also have housing assistance. So we already do that, and it would truly be unfair to cut it up and say, okay, this is for this and this is for that. So I'm not supporting that. And number 9, direct the city to create a plan for filing a Freedom of Information Act request with the FOIA office on behalf of the city when requested by the immediate family of a person who has been detained or deported within the city of Oceanside. Have any of you ever filed an FOIA? It takes 6 months or more to get anything, if you get anything. I will tell you what is working because the person that I contacted was a Congressman Mike Levin's office. That is who is actually wanting to have the families contact them. They are the ones that are able to get this information. And one of the advice that they have is that if you believe you're on a list, and this is the warrant, service of warrant list, if you have a criminal record or you have an order of removal, then what they are recommending is that you sign a release of information form so that it'll be easier to find you in the system and to be able to get that information, get who is representing you, for example, federal defenders. I was able to follow up on one of the cases, and they were extremely helpful. In fact, what I was told by the office of Congressman Levin is that, city, you'd probably need our help to even help you get through this. So that would be a duplication of efforts. And in fact, it would be faster for that family to get that information if we instead referred them to Congressman Mike Levin's office. So, and I've been working on this, and I've been reaching out to different communities and organizations. I've attended the Universidad Popular meetings. I've met with Felicia. I've listened, and what I would like to add here instead is do a letter to our federal representatives in support of a path to citizenship, because that actually goes farther in terms of getting, this is a time, there has never been a time when popular opinion is we should find, there should be a way for people to be here legally. There have been a lot of polls taken, and this is the time. So we are going to bifurcate, but I do want to hear from Councilmember Robinson and Councilmember Weiss. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask our Assistant Police Chief, John McKeon, to come up. I've got a couple of questions for him, but before he starts talking, I'd like to just start as Councilmember Figueroa did. I, too, am the son of a proud immigrant mother. She came here from Germany after World War II, and you can imagine a German citizen coming here, married to a soldier, and the issues. So I heard about a lot of stories about. You know what?
Let me do this. Okay, we've been here almost 2.5 hours listening to every one of you. And now it's time to listen to the council members, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Later on, through marriage, I had a number of Canadian immigrants in my family. All came here from Canada through marriage, on my married side, but they also became Americans. They were all American citizens, naturalized. In my current family, my daughter-in-law is both her parents are Mexican, from Mexico, so she has a very strong Mexican heritage. My 2 grandchildren from them share their Hispanic Mexican heritage, and I love them as much as I do my white, for lack of a better word, grandchildren. So I won't tell my daughter-in-law's story because that's not for me to tell, but I can tell you her family who came here from Mexico. I'm very much aware of when they came to the Central Valley and worked the fields, and unfortunately her father passed away, but her mother made a great success of herself. She ran companies, she owns property, but she's also a legal citizen. She went through the process of legal citizenship, I believe. So that said, the issues of citizenship and immigration doesn't just lie with people of dark skin. I just want to say that because it seems like every time somebody would talk, it was different. Okay, so to our Assistant Chief, I have a couple questions. And Mayor, I hope you're a little gracious on the time.
I am.
Because I feel like OPD got a little bit maligned in this thing. So I just want to clarify some things. And you've been with OPD for how many years now, sir?
Several decades.
Yeah, no. Councilman Robinson, I've been cop for 22 years.
22 years. So in your time with Oceanside, have you worked with, before it was ICE, it was INS, Immigration Nationalization Service. Have you worked with those agencies?
Yes, I have. Early on in our career, we did.
Real quickly, because I know we talked about this, can you tell me how early on in your career how would you guys work with immigration?
I would say probably 2005 to 2009. We had immigration that actually worked out of our station. We would ride patrol with them, and they would assist us on, translation. A lot of times we would use their canines for drug detection. So those are some of the ways we did.
Yeah. So, and then SB 54 kind of changed all that, right?
Oh, yes.
So how do we work with immigration now?
And I will even say before SB 54, our partnership had kind of, gone its separate ways. We weren't really doing a whole lot with any immigration agency whatsoever. But when SB 54 came into play, we followed state law, and we have not done one immigration-related enforcement since then.
Thank you. One of the things I asked you, and I think your staff may have tried to reach out to me, but I didn't get the message. But generally, do you know how many ICE incidents, say in the last year or so, that we've had here in Oceanside?
So when we say ICE incidents, let me just kind of preface it by what we do.
Explain it as you want to.
All right. So when you say incidents, I could talk to where we were called to go out to assist in a situation, and I could explain both of those.
Please.
But for the last year, I went back a year, and we could go back forever, but we do this, any agency does this. If we're going to be operating in somebody else's territory or another city, we do it when we go to Carlsbad, and Carlsbad comes to us. Or immigration comes into our city, they notify our dispatch and say, we are going to be in this area. We don't necessarily know what they're going to be doing. They tell us, hey, we're going to be over here in the 300 block of Mission Avenue. Right? That's all we know. And it's for safety reasons, deconfliction reasons. So if we get reports of people with weapons or something goes on, then we at least know that, hey, there is another law enforcement agency, and it's not only just immigration, it's other local agencies. And we do the same when we go to their city. We will call and say, hey, we're going to be operating in your city. And so there's been 67 of those incidences in the last year. And it's usually, it's the immigration enforcement, if they're coming into our city to either do surveillance or to do an arrest or to do a search warrant, they will call and notify our dispatch, which dispatch notifies me and we notify the chief, and that they are going to be in that area. And that's kind of where it leaves. And when they leave, we're out of here, they'll be gone in a couple hours.
Right. So a lot of times they're taking no enforcement, but they may be working on a surveillance or something like that.
Yes, and we don't get into the weeds and ask them who they're looking for, what they're doing, or whatever. They just let us know we're either doing surveillance or doing a search.
And I can attest personally, that's a very common practice in my former life. I was an arson investigator, and we would do the same thing. If we were surveilling somebody for arson, we'd call the local police department and say, hey, Orange County Fire, we got 2 of our investigators in this type of car in this area, and we're surveilling a suspect. And we did that for officer safety, basically, just to make sure that people knew what we were doing. In the 2 incidents that, I'm going to use incidents where you had to actually respond out, were both of those, were you called by ICE or were you called by the public, or how did that happen?
All right, so I'll explain the 2 incidents. The first incident we were called by, it wasn't ICE, it actually was an IRS agent that was assisting ICE in an arrest of somebody that they were looking for, and the community came out and started to block their vehicles and interfere with them. They called us, we went out there, we were out there maybe 30 seconds, all the citizens that were interfering with ICE doing their operation, they left. We took no enforcement action whatsoever. We didn't have to tell anybody to leave, and we left in the area, and that was it. The second one happened up here in the 1,000 block of Mission Avenue up here by the neighborhood market or the Walmart up here. We were called by citizens on that time that there was ICE operations taking place in the parking lot up there. We got there. It was Border Patrol that was in there. And we took no enforcement action. We didn't even get involved in it in any way, shape, or form because they left pretty much, and I say they, Border Patrol pretty much left, packed up and left. But what we later found out was that that was not an immigration thing. That was actually 2 American citizens were stopped running drugs and money through the checkpoint up there, and they were followed from Orange County and just happened to stop in Oceanside. So that wasn't an immigration-related thing. That was a drug-related thing. But it was Border Patrol, and we went out for that. And in both of those incidents, I know our Chief Aldavinos did type up an email and a memo and send it out to the city staff and also to the council people, so everybody was aware of what we did.
You got ahead of me on that one, because that was my next question, was that with council was informed on those. I know, I saw him, but the chief's pretty diligent, I think, about informing us on things.
That's correct, he is.
I'd love to ask you more, but I'm going to let you off the hook. So thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I want to just follow up a little bit with the mayor. I appreciate her taking a little different approach to this. And Councilmember Figueroa, when you were going through this, it was definitely expanded from what's before me. So there's a lot of stuff in here I didn't follow you on, and I would say it's important that we give direction to the city manager, stay out of the weeds, let them figure out those.
I just wanted to share expectations and also the limited word count to actually bring this forward.
Right, it's his time. Yeah.
No, thank you, I appreciate that. The other thing I want to point out, and we talk a lot about ICE, but I don't know if it was today or yesterday, I didn't get the date on the thing. The U.S. Coast Guard off of La Jolla, and we've had them come all the way into Oceanside before, intervened on a boat and had 21 people on it there were Mexican, Venezuelan, Honduran citizens, 18 adults, 3 minors, 2 unaccompanied teens on the minors. But yet, no one seems to be bothered by the fact that Coast Guard is doing their interdictions and their job. And I think, I can't imagine anybody even talking about that. And for me, it's the same thing as ICE. ICE is doing their job. They're doing their mandated job. They are government. Oh, Jesus.
You guys, you're so damn rude. All right, go ahead.
That's all. I'm just saying, I find it very difficult when we vilify ICE officers, just like I wouldn't want us to vilify the U.S. Coast Guard, who interjects on our coast to ensure that it's safe. And that's the thing that I think really troubles me. But Mayor, I appreciate going through the way you did. I agree with you on I think every point. I was trying to keep track of things here. There may be some little tweaks we can do to make some things better. And I will say this, I do agree that our federal government needs to work on immigration law. And whether it's Republicans in charge, whether it's the Democrat, everybody's had a chance to do this and it hasn't. And right. I think as a city, we should encourage changes in the law that benefit and that do give that path to legal citizenship. But also, people have a responsibility to come in this country the right way. And for those, this is the first administration that I know of that has actually given people a safe way to exit, to self-deport, and over 1.5 million people have used that. And I think for people who are fearful, that they look at those options, and I would encourage people to do that if that's the right thing for them. But if they choose not to, immigration is here. We don't have the ability to control federal immigration and what they do, and nothing in this, nothing would stop ICE from operating in Oceanside. So I'm going to end my talk, but
I do want to say that the letter from Escondido, which is pretty comprehensive, does talk about funding, because INS has been underfunded with respect to courts, with respect to being able to go into an office and actually be heard for your application, whether it be for asylum or refugee. There are a lot of fixes that the system needs.
Right, but we can't do it.
No, we can't. But we
has
can write a letter similar to what Escondido did, which unfortunately I didn't make a copy for everybody, but
it's a little verbose. I saw it, but
yeah,
it's okay.
But I did want to say one thing here. In 2001. I became aware that OPD was using INS as an interpreter, and I went to the chief and asked him not to do that anymore, and he stopped. I told him what was happening was, especially in Crown Heights, is that the cars were getting towed and that family was losing the car. Because once INS got there for interpretation, then they would ask the questions about, status. So our chief just, realizing that, that's a hardship on families, he stopped doing that. And that was 2001. Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, with everyone showing up, and appreciate you coming out, I recognize that there's a growing anxiety over the recent and anticipated federal immigration actions. And I know these actions are cause for much concern and uncertainty. As you heard from the Assistant Chief, our police department does not participate in the enforcement of civil immigration laws and is not involved in any federal law enforcement operations. Police officers do not inquire about immigration status when they are responding to service calls, and they remain dedicated to the safety and well-being of all Oceanside residents, regardless of immigration status. The proposed resolution that was in our packet is a little bit different, actually significantly different than what Councilmember Figueroa, I guess, read into the record. But my issue with that is many of the points addressed in the proposed resolution are items that the city manager has the authority to implement without council action. And as you've heard, some of them have already been implemented. In fact, the city council is expressly prohibited from interfering in the administrative affairs of the city. And in my opinion, several of the points in the resolution cross the barrier of broader policy direction and into the administrative affairs of the city. So there are several points that I would suggest the city manager and staff consider, and there are also several that I can't support at all, such as coming up with an unspecified financial commitment for an undefined program. I've seen Escondido's letter, and I agree that we do need some form of comprehensive immigration reform, but with the motion that's on the floor now, that all nine items at one time, I would not be supporting the resolution.
So I will be doing a bifurcation and doing one at a time.
Why don't you just do the first six?
Right, the first six, yeah.
Point of information. You actually can't bifurcate.
So I just want to say one more thing, and then we can, you're next, Deputy Mayor. There have been, since the beginning of this year, four warrants that have been executed. 4 warrants. Each of the cases did have warrants. So what I am extremely thankful about is that we do not have roving, which has happened in the past, roving immigration officers or checkpoints set up so that, if you have to stop and show your status, because that's the law still. They can do roving. Unfortunately, that's happening in LA, in Los Angeles County, and Orange County, which is run completely differently from San Diego and Imperial counties. So I don't know why we're being treated differently, but I think that's a positive. That we can, there is still, and what we should also push for is due process, recognizing due process and also every constitutional right that people should be afforded to basically fight their case of deportation. Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you. Hearing some feedback and having some conversations with staff, we actually are willing to take on the friendly amendments of eliminating number 7, which is the resource centers, eliminating number 9 because it is complicated. Both of those actions will take further work with staff, and that's staff feedback. So that would make direct city to allocate funding for fiscal year number 7, and we'll add on a letter, number 8, so we can draft on a fund letter to advocate for a reasonable path to citizenship that respects the dignity of all Oceansiders. Just to talk about a few things, according to Voice of San Diego, we had at least 17 ICE arrests in the city of Oceanside this year, and that was only through June, mid-June. And so that's just from the Voice of San Diego, and that's the ones that we know of We have discovered cars left stranded on the side of the 78, only to have our community groups do research to find out that that person was taken and their stuff just left on the side of the freeway. So there's so much that we don't know, and that this resolution has a lot to do with. We do have photos and proof, and many of the people in this room actually worked to find the family. So yes, I'm sure they'll tell you the story. Information is a big challenge to transparency and understanding and trust. And this is about trust. This is about protecting the trust that many of our residents still have in our Oceanside Police for good reason, and making sure that they understand the roles and the separation of roles, which I'm glad to hear so proudly professed and standing by SB 54. That's why directing staff to publish those procedures online and having a statement following those mutual aids just gives that extra transparency, so that when traumatic events happen in our neighborhoods, we know that it wasn't us. So I have that amended version if Councilmember Figueroa will agree to the friendly amendments that are version. So
yeah, I would second that. Can I speak?
Are you done?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Slow. And while some of these things are being done, a lot of them were done because we worked to have conversations with staff to move them forward. And I'm so glad that they are not controversial in any way, that they could just be done, which is awesome. We are not doing number 3 right now, future contracts. And just to be very clear, the conversations that we've had with staff over the course of working this through made it incredibly clear that these are non-controversial and things that we can stand by. Protecting our city-owned, city-controlled properties, yes, it is the law that we could say that they cannot come in there, but are we educating our staff members to know that that's the case? Is there any signage that says that's the case? Is there any indication that a closed door is a space that is non-public? Because you can walk into a community room in our library and that's public, but how do they know when they're entering non-public or public? So there is work that needs to be done around making these things that are the law visible, transparent, and enforceable within our city. So that's why they're on the list. We do have work to do on all of these things, even though we've taken some great steps, and I do applaud our staff for doing so. So I would ask that you support what is amended above, and we have that vote together. It sounds like we have enough votes to support the items that are listed there.
I still want to bifurcate one at a time.
So that would take, you would need to make a motion to do so. So the motion on the floor is to vote on all of them.
I'm the chair, I can do this.
Nope, check the rules. We'll just check the rules because it's not about respect, it's about there are rules.
Well, the official, there was a point of order on the bifurcation of the motion. The City of Oceanside uses the municipal code for motions as the primary source of making motions and bifurcation. Absent of whatever's in the municipal code, we rely on Robert's Rules of Order. We could do it two ways. The municipal code states in section 2.1.44B that if a motion contains two or more divisible proposition, the presiding officer may divide the same. Absent of that, Robert Rules of Order has stated that if there's to be a bifurcation of the motion, the chair or any member of the legislative body can put forward a motion to bifurcate the motion. Right. And then the motion is bifurcated.
Right. So I've asked that this, I am as a chair, because there are so many, that we can bifurcate this. So as soon as you finish, we'll go ahead and move forward on that.
And are you saying, City Clerk, that's within the rules of order?
It's not within the precedence of motions. It's in the ordinance regarding motions put forward at a council meeting. You would have to vote on the bifurcation.
Correct.
Or the presiding officer could bifurcate the the motion.
Okay, so I'll just finish statements and then you can do your thing. Regarding number 8, about directing city to allocate funding for the fiscal year for a CBO, I just want to just be real clear about this. Even in the and I'll use quotations, the small number of incidents that we have experienced as a community, several families have been left without breadwinners. Several families have been left without somebody that drives their family car. There are needs and there are needs that just are emergency needs that we recognize. And when I talked with our police chief about this and our fire chief about this, when they go to a traumatic event in the community, there's a group there. It's called TIPS. And they connect them to the resources to get through that little period of time when they're in shock, when they're going through this really traumatic incident, just to stabilize their family and make it safe to move on to the next part of what they have to do. We can do this with a nonprofit in our neighborhood. If we were to move 8 forward, we would just set a little bit of money aside to help get our families, who are a lot of times, by the way, it shouldn't matter, but a lot of times the families they leave behind are U.S. citizens. It shouldn't matter, but if it does, the children that got taken, the children whose family got taken, were U.S. citizens in the East Side. They deserve our support. And we actually have money from a program that I think was designed not to be so successful. We had a great program move forward around housing and rental application fees that just went very underutilized. We set aside about $30,000 for that. A little over $1,200 has been used of the total. I would say we could take $25,000 from that and just set it aside, as Councilmember Figueroa said, to reimburse a community-based organization should they need to get people into emergency housing, which, by the way, you have to have a Social Security number to qualify through our housing agency, and to do the case management of just making sure the family's stable, that they don't end up on the street because of this, that they don't end up in the most traumatic of situations beyond what has already happened.
Councilmember Figueroa.
To the community support funding, to speak on that a little bit as the nonprofit professional on the council, and to share, usually grant funds like this that are allocated to a nonprofit organization, that they can be dispersed to the grantee on a cost reimbursement basis. In a perfect world, that nonprofit will never have to tap into that funding, and we can restrict it for this fiscal year, 25-26, and then revisit it entering the new fiscal year. If there is funding there that we can allocate over, it's not a big ask, and it's also something that hopefully we won't have to use because it will be on a reimbursement basis. Just to go down, if we are going to bifurcate, I just want to make a few things clear. On item number 1, it does say the city will actively disseminate Know Your Rights information, including a website. So I just want to make it clear that, and I'm very thankful for city staff for moving forward with the website, but that doesn't suffice what the request is. The goal would
They've been disseminating Know Your Rights material since June.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that as we direct city staff, that they come back in ways that I would personally like to see us have Know Your Rights information within our city resource centers, our public libraries, and have it visible for the community to see.
In the resource centers.
And have it visible for the community to see. Again, these are just directives to the city staff, but I just wanted to include that. And then
this is direction to staff.
Correct.
So that's all we're doing tonight. We're just directing staff.
Correct.
And I think our staff has done a really great job. And so far, without you or without Eric or, basically, telling, oh, we need to do this, they did it on their own.
Our city has been doing an amazing job.
They have, and I wish that you would say that more often. They'd be so damn critical of our employees.
I am not critical. I presented this and talked this through with our city manager, our chief of police, And in those conversations, I acknowledged the work that they have been doing. This is not being critical of city staff. This is about transparency and building trust with the community and respect with the City of Oceanside.
And it would be extremely helpful that when somebody asks you, is the city doing anything, you actually explain that's what the city is doing.
I have.
You know, and I don't think that you guys are doing that. You're just being super critical. To come up with this, knowing that we've done almost everything on this list, is, you know, I just thought it was a stab in the back of the city. You know,
this was developed in collaboration with staff.
Working together.
This is with staff. The whole way.
Yeah. Again, I met with city staff throughout this entire process, and I shared with them my appreciation of what we have been doing and trying to bring something forward that was practical and objective for the City of Oceanside. Again, with the entire intent of building transparency and trust between the city and the community. And, you know, the community at the end of the day is our customer, is our client. That's who we represent. And if they're sharing that they feel like there is a lack of trust and transparency, then it's our job to figure out ways that we can improve it. And that's all we're trying to do. I think that our city staff has been doing a wonderful job. And I appreciate our chief of police immensely for all the work that he's been doing. I trust him. I'm honored that he is our chief. The same thing with our city manager. Again, this is just about enhancing what we're doing to get information accessible to our community. It's about building trust and transparency. That's all it is.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to, well, one, I will say I don't agree with allocating tax money to one specific thing because of one group. So if we have a family that's impacted for driving under the influence and the main breadwinner gets hauled off to jail, are we going to do that for their family who may be? So we can't do that with tax money. I don't believe in doing that with tax money. That's not what it's for. So you can disagree, but if we're going to try and get to, and I appreciate the mayor's approach to this to try to get 5-0 because I want to, but I'm not going to sit here like I did last time and make deals up this. I'd rather go through this and with a motion eventually, just so you know, to refer it back to staff so that we have a clean package to look at, something very clean at least that's what I think we need to do. And then we can talk about extra signage. You're talking about sign. Absolutely. We can put signs up that say employees only. We can do all those things, but that's the city manager's job and staff's job and the city attorney's job to bring that back and say, okay, you gave us direction and I'm fine with going point by point. I'm just telling you what I'm not going to support. And then we'll come back with a nice clean package so we can do it and everybody will be happy and we'll go on our way. They probably won't be happy because they're not going to be happy about anything. But yeah. the people that are vocal. Yeah, and sure.
You all need to know we get requests for assistance from at least a dozen organizations, groups of people, seniors, homeless folks. I mean, we are constantly. So when we have programs, we don't say what they're, who gets to, is this just for seniors or is this just for youth? The programs that I'm talking about are programs that people have something happen. They could have an accident and they're out of work for a month. They can go to one of these programs and get help. So it's for everyone. So, okay. Did you want to speak one more time?
Yeah, I would just say I'm fine if a U.S. citizen gets picked up by ICE and deported, that their family can use the funds too.
Okay, number one, the city will actively disseminate Know Your Rights information, including a website. That is something the city is already doing, but this is direction to staff, basically to say, staff, thank you, you're doing a good job. Okay, let's vote on this one. All those in favor say aye.
Point of information, what are we voting on?
Well, I just read number one.
Okay, but we're not.
We're going through all of these.
Okay,
Okay,
but as we're
and then
reading
we'll go
them,
back, and for the ones that we said yes, then there'll be a
I get
motion.
it, but you also added that we're voting to say good job. I'm just saying, let's be clear about what we're voting on here. If we're going to have
I
the
think I am
conversation.
clear, sir. So there was, I didn't hear a nay. Any abstentions? Okay, no. So number one, we're going to continue to call these by the numbers that are on here. I don't like changing the numbers because that's confusing. Number two, prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas of city-owned or city-controlled properties without a judicial warrant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those, excuse me. Oh, sorry.
The way that's worded.
Councilmember Robinson, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
So my problem with the language in that is prohibiting federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement. I would exclude that piece and change that language to identify non-public areas in city-owned or city-controlled properties with appropriate signage, because we cannot control immigration enforcement. I don't care what signs you put, it's not something we can do.
Yeah, and that's why it was otherwise required by state or federal law, necessary to, respond to a hot pursuit, imminent threat of life to public safety, and as determined under, a narrowly.
Okay, so we'll add, I do believe that you had that originally, unless otherwise required by state or federal law.
Correct.
So let's add that back on there. Does that work?
Staff
Okay,
will work through
so
it.
number two should read prohibit federal law enforcement personnel from immigration enforcement in non-public areas of city-owned or city-controlled properties without a judicial warrant, unless otherwise required by state or federal law. And I'll just do that, vote again. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. All right, any abstentions? Not hearing any. All right, number three, future city contracts to include a clause prohibiting contractors from disclosing sensitive personal or non-public information to federal immigration enforcement agencies unless otherwise required by state or federal law. And I did ask Mr. Burke, is that a statement of the law as it currently exists? And you said yes, right?
Yes, unless otherwise required by state or federal law. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of that say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Any abstentions? Okay. Number four, sensitive or personal data collected by the city will not be shared with immigration enforcement agencies directly or indirectly unless otherwise required by state or federal law. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Any abstentions? None. Okay. Number five, direct staff to publish official procedures for Oceanside Police Department when responding to calls for mutual aid of any federal agency conducting immigration enforcement. I just want to clarify that. Mr. Borrego, you indicated that we're already doing that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Any abstentions? Okay. And then number six, direct staff to publish an official statement following calls for mutual aid. Pretty clear. All those in favor?
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
Direct staff to publish an official statement following calls.
Mutual aid.
I think it should be notify the city manager and city council. We should, is this saying that we're going to put a press release out every time a notification's made or something?
All right, so I understand Mr. Borrego has been having conversations with our chief. So if you want to go ahead and describe that,
Yeah,
Mr. Borrego.
so I think the language here is important. So this is only in those instances where the police department is called out to provide mutual aid, not in every single enforcement action. And we've only had a couple of them, as Chief Thank you, McKean. This is late night, sorry. I call him John, but Chief McKean, Chief McKean stated. So, and that is something by practice that the chief has done anyway. It helps actually clarify for the public what actually transpired and dispel a lot of rumors.
Is that put out as a press release, or how did
He's actually posted it on the police department website in the past as opposed to a press release.
Okay,
we could do
fine
it
with
either
that.
way.
I don't.
Now, I do have a clarifying question. Is this whenever immigration enforcement is involved, or is it any time that there is mutual aid? What were you talking about?
I was talking about immigration enforcement.
Okay, so we need to
particular.
add that in there. And I think that was the intent, right? This is all about
we'll adopt
immigration enforcement.
Amendment.
So we'll go ahead and add that in there. Direct staff to publish an official statement following calls for mutual aid whenever involving immigration enforcement. All right? Did I vote on that already? No, okay. So with that clarification, and you have that, right, Zeb? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. All right. Any abstentions? All right. That's unanimous too. So the next one is 7, and I believe that was pulled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Number 8 was not pulled. 8 is direct city to allocate funding for fiscal year 2025-2026 to a selected CBO to administer crisis relief case management and basic needs stabilization. So on this one, I do feel that we already have that. And I also know that from all the cities that I've talked to, none of them are setting aside funds for this. Including San Diego.
We have San Diego Council does have funding. Each council member does have funding, and it is my understanding that their individual council members will be allocating funding to support this.
It's not in their due process and safety ordinance, which, by the way, they said they're still not even ready on. Okay, so on this one, very specifically, it's you two are for this. Is anyone else for this? Okay, so that one is not going to be included.
Madam Mayor, actually, you can't eliminate part of my motion. You can bifurcate it, but you can't eliminate it. So we can vote on it, but we do need to vote on it.
Okay, all right. Number 8, all those in favor, raise your hand so we can count. Okay. All those against? All right. Any abstentions? No. All right. And I believe number 9, was it changed to refer to our congressman's office? Because I think that's what we need to do is if somebody asks, how can we get information about, we don't know where he is or she is. I've directed people to Congressman Levin's office, and they are actually able to get that information.
I can clarify the reasoning for this. This is about getting more than just where they're at in a moment. This is about getting the entirety of the situation around the action. So we have voluntarily removed it from the motion, but we recognize that this is different than just finding out where they are, which we also have been referring people to everywhere. And oftentimes it's just calling the website that you're able to get that information.
All right, Congressman. He's removed. Okay, so it's removed. And that was number 9. And number 10, I'd like to add, which will be renumbered when it comes back, is a letter to our federal representatives in support of a path to citizenship or legalization. All right? All those in favor say aye.
I actually have a question about that before we vote on it, because I'm not super clear. Who's drafting the letter?
Well, staff is drafting a letter, and I actually have a copy of the letter from the city of Escondido, and they did a really good job.
I would really like us to focus on our side, so I just want to know how that process is going to happen.
I believe I can do it. Is that what you said? I can go ahead and do it. So I will go ahead and do that, and it'll be on behalf of the City of Oceanside. So we're done then. Right? All right. Right. So
if we want everybody to sign off on it, it needs to come back. If it's going to be just, drafted and forwarded by the mayor, that's a separate item.
Yeah, I do draft. I do send letters on behalf of the City of Oceanside.
And that's correct, but if we want everybody to sign it, if
Yes.
we want all the council members, then that's a different item.
I thought you all would want to sign it, but if you don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, Ascendido did that, exactly. If you want to see a copy of it. I think Jimmy wanted to see it, right?
I read it.
Oh, you read it, okay. Okay.
So come back. So we need to see it before we sign.
All right, so we haven't voted on that one yet, right? Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter similar to what was sent by City of Escondido in support of path to citizenship to our federal representatives and or legalization, say aye. Aye. All those against say nay.
I'm gonna say nay, and then I'll explain it. I don't want to sign off on sending a letter I've not read, and so I'd like to read the letter before I sign off on it. So I can sign off on drafting a letter so that I can come back and we can read it, if that's okay. I would prefer to vote on that motion.
Okay. I mean, I can withdraw the. I can withdraw the.
Can I make a motion to reconsider? Yeah.
Steph, look, our understanding was that if the letter was going to be signed by all council members, it was going to need to come back for review anyway. So that we understood that to be part of the motion anyway.
Okay.
If it was going to be singularly drafted and sent by the mayor on behalf of the city, she has the authority to do that already.
Yeah, that was the motion. All right, can we vote on that now? I thought we did.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now that we're clear on what we have before us, and it sounds like we all are united on this. So to me, that is really, really important because we need to stand united with our community. So the motion on this, I guess we can just vote on it, right? Oh, we did? We don't need anything more. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. This is the end of the evening, although I think we need comments from council members. Do we have any comments from council members? Yeah.
One thing, can I just say one thing? To PD, to thank them for e-bike enforcements. They've been out doing some stuff, and that was very important. The public's been really asking us to get that done. So thank you, OPD.
Okay. Well, you're all going to hate me because C.C. Sanders just passed away. And you know what? He did so much, and he was a former OPD cop. So Charles Curtis Sanders Sr., C.C., was born on a cotton plantation in Indianola, Mississippi on October 29, 1944, to parents who were sharecroppers, and was the sixth of 9 children. The family moved to Topeka, Kansas, and settled there in 1948. C.C. attended Monroe Elementary, now known as Historical Landmark, and joined Calvary Baptist Church at a young age. He excelled in vocal music, as we all know him as a Candyman, and public speaking, and was bright with boundless potential. After graduating from Topeka High School at age 18, he joined the U.S. Marine Corps, serving our country for 5 years, rising to the rank of Staff Sergeant, including a tour of Vietnam, and also receiving the Presidential Unit Citation. C.C. spoke fluent Vietnamese and also Spanish. While in the Marine Corps, he served 2 of his 5 years as a military policeman. Upon his honorable discharge, the Oceanside Police Department became his next civil service venture. During his career as a police officer, he distinguished himself and made history in several ways. C.C. broke the OPD color barrier as the first African-American police officer, detective sergeant, and detective sergeant. While serving as a detective, he was named Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. As supervisor of the juvenile division, he qualified as an expert in crimes against children and worked on some of the largest cases in the history of Oceanside. He was the first African American to pass the test for lieutenant and also the first to serve on the Oceanside Police Officers Association Board of Directors. He distinguished himself further, winning 2 gold medals, a silver medal, and a bronze medal at the Police Olympics, while also breaking the national record for the bench press at 455 pounds. Upon retirement, CC cultivated his many interests. He became a licensed cosmetologist and owned Mr. C Hair Creation Salon for over 10 years. He founded Sanders Production to promote bodybuilding shows and other special events. CC became a community activist and served on the Mobile Home Fair Practices Commission, as well as the NAACP, and 2 terms as chairman of the Police and Fire Commission. He was honored by Channel KOCT as one of Oceanside's living legacies. He has also become became a successful entertainer, working as a vocalist for various bands, and then embarked on a solo career as C.C. Sanders the Candyman, which featured an oldies but goodies dance and show. C.C. appeared all over Southern California, and over the years performed many complimentary concerts for the Oceanside Senior Center and other groups. CC spent his last 2 years with his daughter, Tara, living on the Bay Area waterfront. He also was Mr. Oceanside, Mr. San Diego County, and I think Mr. California. We all remember him, right? So in honor of CC, who gave so much to our community, I'd like to have a moment of silence and gavel this meeting in his honor. Meeting adjourned. The next meeting is October 1st. Thank you.